Hi, Urmas.
Hello, Zygmantas. What's weather in Vilnius?
Oh, snow, a lot of snow as always, but yeah, it's okay, you know. So we are starting in 2 minutes delay. If that's okay for you, how much time you have, Minister?
Endless.
Oh my God. Okay. So we're just waiting for our fraction chief, Radvile. She's coming to the parliament, and we start in 1-2 minutes, I hope. Thank you, Urmas, for joining us. So, friends, I would just ask you to take your seats because we will be starting in 1-2 minutes. Foreign Minister of Estonia is already waiting to welcome our event. So please come as close as possible. American ambassador is with us. We feel safe. Thank you, Ambassador, for coming. Okay. Friends, so let's start our event. Just to explain a bit what is happening here, you know, 40 years ago, Reagan, after Westminster speech, he established his, first pro-democracy foundations, National Endowment for Democracy, International Republican Institute, National Democratic Institute. Then 30 years ago, Swedes started with their own party foundations. Before it was German, actually, Germans were the first. So just this year, because of Radvile, her leadership in the fraction, and Andrius Vyšniauskas, he's here, we changed our party legislation, and now each party in Lithuania has a right to establish its own party foundations. So this is the beginning, very modest beginning of our European European Right Institute, sorry, we're still adjusting our language, that will more or less concentrate center-right ideas in Lithuania, and this is one of the first events. So I'm very happy that Radvile, chief of our fraction, agreed to open this event, and then we will follow with great opening from Estonia and all our speakers. Today we will play a bit kind of freedom jazz because 4 speakers are stuck in Frankfurt. We have a social democratic strike there, as always, but that's okay. We will play online, so don't worry. More or less, all the speakers will reappear on the program. We will just mix a bit the order of them speaking, but it will be okay, I promise. Please, Radvile.
Thank you, dear Žygis, dear colleagues, dear ambassadors, and everybody that agreed to take part in this conference, seminar, or just, friendly exchange of views. So really, Žygimantas already mentioned that we have had some changes in our legislation in order to have that parties would be more involved in organizing different kind of events, including a broader spectrum of different kind of people, speakers, experts. So now we are, I think this is the first event of this institute. So thank you very much for everybody that agreed to be here today. And of course the themes for the past 10 months, are pretty much, very much predictable. Nevertheless, that we talked about the region's security, EU enlargement, and friendship with Ukraine for many years before the war. But the war has changed the situation extremely, and we are all looking to the future with a certain hesitation and a certain uncertainty. But the purpose of this meeting, of course, to exchange again the views about what we can do more in helping Ukraine. Therefore, we have different people around the table from different spheres. And what does it mean for us strengthening the eastern flank and having our colleagues from Sweden and Finland joining NATO? So this is a huge victory for our country, for NATO in general, and for the security in general of this region. So it happened that a few days ago we adopted a law here in Lithuania, in the Lithuanian parliament, on totalitarian regimes and banning the symbols of totalitarian regimes. So, as you know, we had for many years already banning of Nazism and Soviet symbols that gives certain power, ideological power, but now this law is meant for even more concrete regulation and more concrete legal framework for solving these matters, because war in Ukraine again and again repeated for us and reminded for us that, unfortunately, history tends to repeat itself. And most probably because of that, today we have historians around this table as well. So why I'm mentioning this? Because I know certain uncertainty maybe in some Western communities, and not in a very broad sense, but some are still doubting why you are so harsh on Russia, why you are not willing to have a discussion with them or, to negotiate with them. But we perfectly know from our grandparents' generation that what we see in Ukraine today, they lived through that many decades ago. So working on spheres like history, working on the future and shaping our strong stance and our strong position towards future. This is what we still have to do. And sometimes maybe we feel that we are repeating ourselves and repeating the very same things. But basically, if we would get tired, I don't think so, but we cannot let ourselves to do that, because what we witness now in the European Union with the sanction packages, that there is willingness to weaken, to have some derogations, exceptions and things like that. So we cannot say that it's okay for us and we have to push through, but not only, countries, usual countries, but in a broader alliances that we could achieve. So thank you very much and have a nice time. I will stay a little bit for a while, but then later on leave this discussion.
Thank you, Radvila, so much. We know that you have your own committee on synchronization, yes, so thank you for joining us. And now our best friend, Foreign Minister of Estonia, Urmas Reinsalu, if you can say a few words. We all know that you are one of the most outspoken leaders for the victory of Ukraine. We made 2 trips out of my 7 this year to Kiev together. You've been one of the most important leaders of United for Ukraine parliamentary coalition that I think is one of the biggest global parliamentary alliances for any country. This time this is for Ukraine. You've been twice foreign minister, once defense minister, justice minister. So with all your experience, knowing that you will not be able to stay for long with us, what can you say on defeat of Russia? How can we make it as effective as possible? We will also be discussing EU accession process of Ukraine and Moldova, how to speed up accession talks. We have Swedish ambassador here. She will maybe say, can we do it during Swedish presidency? We have American ambassador here, and we will, of course, discuss NATO enlargement to Ukraine. What can we do to make it happen and to correct Bucharest mistakes? So, just with a little provocation, Urmas, please, thank you so much for joining us.
Hello, dear friends. Dear Zygmantas, congratulations on your reappointment to the chairman position of the Foreign Affairs Committee of Lithuanian Parliament. First of all, I would like to congratulate my party, sister party, your on establishment that important think tank, and I'm sure there is going to be an excellent cooperation in that matter. What is most important now is without any caveats to continue with a new approach to invest to Ukrainian victory. And what I mean by new approach, we have unfortunately admit that the Western support and response to further Russian atrocities has been in a way spiral one, that it has been followed by like a next steps of very concentrated packages of sanctions and also further deliveries of arms. But the new way of thinking, I would make a pledge, would mean that without caveats, we will invest as much as needed to Ukrainian victory, not taking into as a central point of decisions what Russia is doing or not. We need to be in that context proactive, not reactive to Russia, to take back the initiative in that sense. And if to put to the perspective, just to imagine if we could had a chance to deliver arms before the 24th of February of the start of this stage of war, as we have done in spring, or we could have had a chance to deliver that amount of weapons in spring, what we have done up to the current date, it had made a difference. And I remember, we all remember this political debate around Western countries about providing Ukraine with the Western type of howitzers, artillery, and there was like put a hesitance around that debate that it could escalate too much, and therefore it is not a proper thing to do. But then it appeared that as a military advice also to Western countries gave a clear assessment that if we are not doing it, then it will be a drastical achievement of Russia in their offensive, and therefore just in a very quick manner, very technical manner, the decisions were passed. Yes, we are going to deliver the howitzer. And now we are having this similar approach on different domains of weapons, tanks, as our Ukrainian friends having around 1,000, Soviet-type tanks, but they are going to get out from the shells of these tanks. And therefore, we need immediately to deliver to Ukraine tanks, long-range missiles, air defense, the many still arms what are needed, and to put, as we made together with Zygmantas, a report on Western weapons delivery need. We ended, we made it, I think, wasn't it in April, and we ended with the statement that around 100 billion of euros of military aid is immediately needed to Ukraine. Now we have what we have reached. We have, and only less than 10 was in that time given. Now we have reached, around 30 billion, which is rather could be ambivalent assessment, but something what EU has referred, United States have referred, so 30 billion. but it is far still from satisfying altitude. And what is satisfied altitude? Then Ukraine would win and could get back the control over its territory. And we still, all these combined arms deliveries, what we have made, these are, well, we can compare it to the cost of Summer Olympics. So this is not anything like historical, speaking about the amount of money. And the second point I would like to do is indeed, when we need to launch now immediately a vital debate on new security architecture of Europe. And I think the preconditions to that first are the respect to the sovereignty of states and borders, and therefore is needed as a precondition to new European security architecture, the Ukrainian victory, which would restore the control of Ukraine over its territory. And secondly, very important is truly what is needed is an accountability, that no leaders of a country can escape from the crime of aggression. And there is a debate going on, but there is not a clear consensual assessment of Western countries. And I think this is something very important would be also parliamentarians push internationally to the respective governments to support this idea of accountability by establishment of international tribunal on crime of aggression of Russian Federation. And thirdly, a precondition should be that in future Russian Federation can't dictate and terrorize its neighbors and dictate their way of life or security options. And how we will reach to that, how we will end the politics of appeasement and give a clear answers also that we have learned from past. This is a vital question. Now it is, everybody speaks that, well, it is up to the Ukraine to decide under which terms they will, well, look after the peace terms in that war. And President Zelensky has stated a clear list of conditions. And I think that we in Europe should also not just say that this is a Ukrainian case, which legally surely it is, but surely state that there are several vital elements also from the European, from the Western perspective, which need to be followed. And it is indeed respect of the territories of countries, which means the liberation of Ukrainian territory, accountability, and surely also the compensation by the aggressor state of all the losses they have damaged in a fiscal perspective. Therefore, just two words about the European Union perspective. I think it is a moment we have a marvelous Berlin initiative, which a group of countries investing politically to the enlargement of EU to Western Balkans direction, which surely is an important political task. But we need also a similar initiative of like-minded countries to support particularly Ukrainian accession, and we need to put all our effort that step by step we can follow that path. Because if we fail now by political delivery to doing in the course of this war, so unfortunately we have to admit that in the context of so strong public enthusiasm and support to Ukraine, if we follow now to make a next step and launch the accession negotiations by chapters with Ukraine next year, so we have in a way not used the momentum. And secondly, about the future of Ukraine in NATO, surely we have to make an open debate between all the allies, how we will address it and make a clear and a response to Ukraine, which is dignified response, which dignifies Ukrainian pledge. And I can't imagine that we just continue within a way of just silence and only referring to a Bucharest communique. This is not anyhow which is, well, as a minimum acceptable, because, well, does it mean that then still all this military might Russia has turned against Ukraine in a way psychologically is managing to avoid openly between us to have a debate and also a clear steps package how to move further. So there, I do not see any alternative if we say that the European security architecture precondition is that Russia will not anyhow have a might to terrorize its neighbors' future way of life. So it automatically would mean also that we would say that surely the future belongs to Ukraine as a full member of NATO and full member of European Union. And by these words, I warmly again welcome today's conference and the establishment of this marvelous think tank. I hope the think tank is a very rich one by Lithuanian state budget, and we can jointly make great events together. Thank you, and peaceful Christmas time to everybody.
Thank you so much. Also, Merry Christmas, and we hope we make event in Tallinn one day with you. Thank you, Urmas, so much. And now, representative of International Republican Institute in the region. So, Mark, actually, I will again provoke you. Today, I read the Reagan Westminster Address, and he said, "The march of freedom and democracy would leave Marxism-Leninism on the ash heap of history." So, did it work or not? Because Russian Empire is still, on full march, killing freedom and democracy around. So, what shall we do for actually it to finish that evil job? And in any case, also speaking seriously, Mark, can you explain, you have recently some Nordic Baltic expansion to your functions in Vilnius, knowing that you've been working so much with Belarus democracy, and in any case, we are so much grateful that you are one of those who really contributed so much for the beginning of our program here in Vilnius. And before you say, we also wanted to have a big welcome from Washington. David Wilson, President of National Endowment of Democracy, is also sending us best regards. He was not able to join us online, but he just asked me to send his best regards to the team, because it's also because of his efforts we are able to do it. Please, Mark.
Thank you, Žygis. Well, I think the answer is simple. The fact that we're here in Vilnius shows that we are succeeding, and what do we have to do is to march on for freedom. So I'm so happy to be here with all of you, distinguished guests. On behalf of the International Republican Institute, I'm honored to be here to welcome you all to this important event. Some say that democratic states are on their back feet, that autocracies are on the rise. But today, those gathered here in Vilnius and those joining online are testament to the fact that democracies are indeed not reactive, but proactive. Today, we are not standing idly by, we are assembling here to prepare. We are assembling here to prepare for the geopolitical situation on the eastern flank after victory of Ukraine, and that victory will come. We are assembling here to prepare for how we will support the path of Ukraine and Moldova to EU accession. We are assembling here to prepare for the reinforcement of NATO's eastern flank, the tip of the spear on the front line of European democratic values versus autocratic adversaries. And we are here assembling to prepare for how to strengthen our alliances in order to advance the democratic fight in this region and beyond. From the Barents to the Baltic to the Black Sea and from across the Atlantic, we gather here united by our common values and shared commitment of action to defend them, no matter the cost. Thank you all again, defenders of democratic values, freedom fighters, for being here today to prepare. We look forward to a robust discussion of how practically we will do that. And now let me hand the floor back to Žygis, and again, thanks to all of our partners for being here today, both face-to-face and online. Looking forward to a great conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark. And thank you for IRI being with us from the beginning of independence, actually. You left us just for a few years, and now you are back with full swing. And I'm so happy to see Chief Advisor of Foreign Policy of President Zelensky, Ihor Zhovka, with us, who was actually doing EU integration, trying to get into NATO from the times of President Yushchenko. We know that Kiev today, again, under bombing. We appreciate so much you joining us. So, Ihor, please tell anything you want us to be your messenger in EU and NATO, because, of course, we are all Ukrainians today. Please, Ihor.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Žygis. Thank you, everyone, for having this important event. First of all, my thanks goes to the organizers, Seimas, REI. You really do an important job, and the topic and the subject of today's conference is very important. Again, yes, unfortunately, this is not an unusual thing for us to start our mornings. Not only in Kyiv, by the way, it's now across all Ukraine. So to start our mornings from the blasts in our cities, in our towns. Today, there is another massive attack which started at 8 a.m. And now several blasts already were heard in Kyiv, both in the center of the city and on the outskirts of the city, and the air raid is still going on. Usually we have these air raids lasting for 2 or 3 hours, and this is unfortunately becomes a normality. The idea is very simple for Russians. Having absence of successes on the battlefield, they are trying to hurt us deep in the country. So it's not only Kyiv, it's not only Dnipro, Odessa, Mykolaiv, which are the usual targets, unfortunately, throughout this open aggression. But it's also Western Ukraine, Lviv, Ternopil, Khmelnytsky, so practically no safe place left. And the target is now critical infrastructure, energy infrastructure. Again, starting from the beginning of October, they have these tactics of hitting and fighting against civilian critical infrastructure rather than against Ukrainian soldiers. Fighting against peaceful citizens than rather trying to have something on the battlefield. And the idea is to freeze Ukraine during the winter time, to deprive us from the capacity to have our electricity working, which means absence of light, heat, water, because immediately when they target the thermal power plants in this or that city, there is not only a blackout in the city, but also the lack of supply of water and heat. And that was happening several times, partially in certain areas of Ukraine, though their aim is to have the total blackout for Ukraine for a major period of time. They're now using not only ballistic missiles and cruise missiles, but drones as well, and sometimes simultaneously. sometimes separately. And again, I will not be probably will not sound unexpectedly for you when I will tell that we badly need now the weaponry, and first of all the air defense and anti-missile systems in order to defend our cities, defend our objects of critical infrastructure. We have started to achieve something from our partners like Germany and like US, and this equipment which we're achieving showing good results, really wonderful results. But unfortunately, this is not enough even to defend the major cities of Kyiv. When talking to our partners, this is our first priority. This is our pillar number one. This is our pillar number one, pillar of defense and pillar of our victory. Weapons, weapons, and weapons. We not only need the weapons themselves, but also the ammunition when we're talking about, for instance, tanks or artillery systems. You well know that we have different standards, the older type standards of 252 and 222, which are no longer produced in my country. So we are thankful for Lithuania and for other countries of the region who helped us with this weapon. But unfortunately, we don't understand that we're also running out of this caliber ammunition. And certainly, when we receive the new weaponry from the NATO countries, we also need ammunition to it, 155. So my president will not be tired to repeat it time and again. Yesterday, when he was speaking at the European Council meeting, at the beginning of the European Council meeting, he was raising attention of all the member states of the EU, of the leaders of member states of the EU, and President Michel and President von der Leyen, that we still need weapons. We need air defense to defend ourselves, and we need more MLRS, armored vehicles and tanks in order to prolong with our counteroffensive. Don't think we will stop during the winter time or will take any pause or breaks. This is the Russian narrative, which they are spreading even across the so-called military specialists or sometimes via the press that, well, there will be pause or winter break. Not a single day of break or pause for Ukrainian armed forces, even when the Russian armed forces are bombing the critical infrastructure where their families live, where their wives and children live, they will not stop. Definitely, the idea of these bombings throughout Ukraine is to lower down the morale of Ukrainian armed forces, lower down the morale of Ukrainians. But again, they have miscalculated. The Russians have miscalculated because having the idea to have panics among the Ukrainians, they now have it vice versa. We are more concentrated, we are more self-organized than even in the beginning of this open aggression on the 24th of February. Each of us knows what to do, each on his or her working place, defending our country and nearing the victory. But even at these difficult times, right you are, we are proceeding with the European and Euro-Atlantic integration. And again, yesterday when speaking at the European Council, my president had kind of summing up of almost half a year which passed from the period when we were granted the candidate status, 23rd of June this year. I will start with thanks for Lithuania, who was supporting us from the very beginning, even before, on the 5th day of war, my president summoned an application for membership on 28th of February. Long before you were supporting us immediately at the day of summoning the application, because there were many critical voices in Ukraine, outside Ukraine, that is not timely, it will not never happen, it is wasting the time to place the application. But that's what my president did immediately on the 5th day of war, and we all Europeans received a very positive result for my country on the 23rd of June, having been granted the candidate status. But you may imagine we were not, sitting on our hands, like celebrating this victory, because this is a small cornerstone, the small brick in our general victory. Really, this is the second pillar of our victory, European future of Ukraine. Because, like I'm always saying, a soldier in the trenches somewhere in the Kharkiv region or in the south or in the Donbass, when he's fighting against Russian aggression, he doesn't want Ukraine to be in the Soviet past. Rather, he wants Ukraine to be in the European future. A mother and the children hiding somewhere in the shelters here in Kyiv or in other cities do not want their children to be in the USSR to zero. Rather, they want their children to be in the European Union. So this was very important. And again, it raised morals of Ukrainians back in June. But from that time on, we are fulfilling 7 recommendations which Commission granted to us. And I will tell you, not because I'm working with my president and I should be optimistic, we should be optimistic, but I would say you that we're very near to fulfill all these 7 recommendations, to fulfill all of them. Just this week, and you know that despite the war, Ukrainian parliament is functioning, the parliament adopted 3 very important laws which were envisaged in the 7 recommendations. So this is the law on media, a very reform-oriented law, and was agreed both with the Venice Commission and with the European Commission, and it was passed in the 2nd reading. The second one is the law on national minorities. You know, that was recommendation number 7, and again, it was adopted after the conclusion of the Venice Commission and the European Commission, and after the consultations with the national minorities in Ukraine, because it's not only Hungarian minority which is living in Ukraine, there are many national minorities. So this was also adopted. And third very important law is this on the competitive process of selecting the judges to the Constitutional Court of Ukraine. So from now on, each and every judge to the Constitutional Court will be selected with the participation of international experts, and the procedure will be just and fair. So just within 1 week, we adopted 3 laws which practically covers 3 recommendations out of 7. The rest are being fulfilled before. You know, we adopted the special anti-corruption prosecutor. We launched the competition for the director of National Anti-Corruption Bureau. By the way, most of the detectives of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau are on the front line. But those who stayed on their working places, they initiate the cases, the criminal cases against the corruption people, and those cases then go to the special anti-corruption prosecutor office, being filed and summoned, and then given to the High Anti-Corruption Court. And the High Anti-Corruption Court, also working at during the wartime, is issuing the decisions. So this anti-corruption system is working in Ukraine despite the wartime, and will be working ever stronger after our victory. We received a very important decision of the General Affairs Council this Tuesday that European Commission is free to start the assessment of the achievements of Ukraine with the 7 recommendations, and is welcome to present its report in the next year in spring. We want it earlier, so we want it as soon as possible. And this early report will probably show the progress, and it will be very important to have the progress to have this positive report after the very difficult winter. We all will suffer, but we'll definitely overcome. And the idea is to have this report in spring and then be prepared for this assessment package in October. You know that Ukraine wants this to be as quick as possible, but on the merit-based approach. So when we fulfill those 7 recommendations, and once again, we're very close to fulfilling it, we want the immediate assessment, not to wait and not to waste another day, month, 2 months, like we did before the candidate status, when we promised to President Ursula von der Leyen that we will fulfill the questionnaire within 1 month. Exactly, it took us 1 month between 8th of April, when she presented this questionnaire to my president, and the 9th of May, when my president, in the online communication with her, presented to her 5,500 pages of our answers. We deliver our promises. We promise to fulfill the 7 recommendations, possibly by the end of the year, and we will do it. Again, very small, tiny things left for us, or sometimes the procedure, which is taking a little bit longer. For instance, the procedure for the head of National Anti-Corruption Bureau, will probably not let us to end this competition by the end of this year and to appoint the director of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, but the process is going on. So in this case, definitely we will be working with the European Commission. We are working with the European Commission as soon as this assessment is concerned. But we will be also working and are working with the member states. Really, we had a very good yesterday European Council decision. We thank all the member states for granting us 18 billion macro-financial assistance for the next year. Very important to receive the first tranche already in January. So again, we know the position of Lithuania and other like-minded countries who fought till the end for this decision. We're thankful for the 9th package of sanctions, but unfortunately not enough. And unfortunately, as I understand, some derogations were made vis-a-vis the previously sanctioned people, and this is not a good tendency. Unfortunately, it may be used for creating other precedents, but very important that the new sanctions are introduced, and very important to have still the unity of the European Union around this very important issue, despite I know it is very difficult for you to have this consensus time by time. And thank you for the member states, and again to Lithuania and like-minded countries who believe in our European integration progress. We want to open the accession negotiations next year. And here I think there will be, good and fair competition between the two next presidencies, between Swedish presidency and Spanish presidency. We are always already talking, by the way, to Spanish presidency. They are already preparing their presidency and already having Ukraine among its priorities. And already I'm talking to the office of President Sanchez and to the MFA and to the relevant people. Swedish government, newly appointed, on obvious reasons, is, as I understand, only finalizing its priorities. But what I heard from my Swedish counterparts, that Ukraine will be also among those priorities as a top priority for Swedish presidency. And definitely, we will use the opportunities of both presidencies, our good personal relations between my president and President Sanchez. My president has also already spoken over the phone with the new Prime Minister, Kristersson of Sweden. So we will use each and every opportunity to have as much success in terms of our European integration as possible within the next year. Well, and a few words about Euro-Atlantic integration. You also know that my president summoned an application for NATO membership, not a new thing for each and every ally. Because you well remember that we put the issue of our membership to NATO as early as in 2008. Unfortunately, and I still think this is a great mistake, we were not given even membership action plan that year. But now, having the situation completely different from 2008, from 2014, then the actual Russian aggression started against Ukraine and no one paid attention. Our friends, our partners overslept, the aggression of Russia against Ukraine in 2014, and only after downing the MH17 plane, Europe started to awaken and started to react. And that's led to the events of 2022. But again, if talking about NATO, having this geopolitical change, Ukraine wants it as a fast track. The fast track is very simple. We are realists and we do understand that we will not enter NATO within the wartime. We have to win and we will win. But fast track for us means that we do not need membership action plan anymore. We look at our good partners, Sweden and Finland, who are almost entering NATO without membership action plan. And if you ask me whether Ukraine is ready in terms of interoperability, I will answer you, Ukraine is making interoperability at the battlefield. Ukraine is achieving interoperability by using the state-of-the-art weapon you are providing to us. The NATO standards are being introduced on the battlefield to the armed forces of Ukraine. The reforms are being carried out, including in the sector of defense and national security, and the President is taking a personal control on this. And if you open Article 10 of the Washington Treaty, you will see two criteria for any country to become a Euro-Atlantic Alliance member. And these are criteria which are stated that the country should respect the Euro-Atlantic values, which Ukraine is obviously doing. Almost 90% of Ukrainians support joining Ukraine to NATO, a record high number throughout the independence years of Ukraine. And criteria number 2 is make an input into the Euro-Atlantic security. And if we read NATO strategic concept, which was adopted this year in Madrid, the major threat to Euro-Atlantic security is Russia. And Ukraine now is the only country who is fighting a real-time war against Russia. Yes, with your support, with the support of your weapons, but this is Ukrainian armed forces who are now defending all of you, defending the eastern flank of NATO and the EU against the aggressor. And had not we stopped the aggressor in March and April in our country, you well know, you in Lithuania well know, and our colleagues in Poland well know, that the aggressor would have come to your countries, and then who knows, further on. So please tell it to your Western partners, on the allies, in the alliance and in the EU, that Ukraine is fighting for all of us. We are fighting for us, and we are fighting for you. So we deserve to be a full-fledged member of NATO and the EU. And even from, logical point of view, for all of you, it would be very mutually beneficial to have a very strong Ukraine in NATO and in the EU, because our armed forces, after the victory, will be one of the strongest. Our people will be the most motivated nations in terms of European integration, in terms of defending European values. Our economy, hopefully, after the reconstruction, again with your support, will be renewed and will be one of the largest economies on the European countries. And our people will be integrated in the European society. They're already integrated because many Ukrainians live in Lithuania, in other countries. You see them, they are industrious, they're hardworking, they want to master your languages, they want to work legally, officially in your countries, but definitely after the victory, they will come back to Ukraine, but they are already among you. And you see, they are the same Europeans as you. So we practically are making this European integration already on the people-to-people basis. And this is the most important thing. We are not integrating like mythical structures, governments, or countries. We are integrating people in the European family. And thank you for you all for hosting our people, for giving them any possible support. Believe me, they value it, we value it in Ukraine, and we are really thankful for all of you. I wish you a fruitful conference, and once again, many thanks for your support. Together we will win. Slava Ukraini.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for Ukrainian nation fighting for our freedom as well. Thank you, really, Ihor. I know that those are difficult hours right now, and now we are turning to Mihai Popsoy, Deputy Speaker of Ukraine, who had to be with us, but because of strike in Frankfurt, I don't know, we will speak with German ambassador about that. He cannot join us, so he is speaking directly from Frankfurt. I know that you are waiting for your flight, so please, without further ado, say anything. We just spoke about Ukrainian chances to start accession talks as soon as possible. And of course, we know that Moldova is another champion that needs to be granted that right. Please, Mihai, please.
Thank you, dear Zygmantas. And excuse me for my attire. I indeed got stranded in the Frankfurt airport, and hopefully I can get safely home today. When it comes to the Republic of Moldova, you well are aware of our many vulnerabilities, but also of our successes during these times. We are fiercely combating corruption, improving the rule of law. We have set all of our fugitive oligarchs on the run, and now the Moldovan justice, together with the international community, is poised to return some of the assets that have been stolen from the Republic of Moldova, so that we can deliver justice to our people. In the meantime, of course, the impact of the Russian aggression in Ukraine is felt extremely severely in the Republic of Moldova. Just today, we had another shock on our energy system because of the Russian attacks on Ukrainian grid. And the energy vulnerability is one of the most severe at the moment. While at the same time, this is an enormous wake-up call to the Moldovan political establishment, but also to every citizen, what it means to be dependent on Russia for energy. We would have diversified our energy supplies regardless, but with the current situation, we are faced with the urgent need to diversify much, much faster. And we are looking for those solutions which are very difficult to come by, as you well know, given the prices and the scarcity. But we are working diligently in that direction. In the meantime, we are providing the best care we possibly can to our Ukrainian friends and neighbors, having hosted the largest number of refugees per capita, and we are still hosting a significant number, primarily women and children. And we are providing them the best resources we can. We are providing free access to healthcare, to education. We're integrating them in the labor market. We're providing them the best assistance so they can feel at home, even though they have to run away from the Russian rockets. At the same time, you're well aware that several times already, Russian rockets have violated Moldovan airspace. And this is yet another wake-up call both to the Moldovan political establishment and to the society with regards to Moldova's defense capabilities. Moldova is constitutionally neutral, but people have realized what defense experts have long been saying, that neutrality in the form that Moldova has it is just a piece of paper. And Russia is the only country that for 30 years has been violating this neutrality. So Moldova now is looking for avenues to boost its defense capabilities so that we don't end up in this ridiculous situation where we don't have anything to tell to our voters who are asking us, how are you defending us from the Russian rockets? And the Moldovan defense capabilities are non-existent. And we are looking to try to fill some of those gaps. We understand and we fully support the notion that Ukraine is number one priority. All the defense assistance that international partners can provide should go to Ukraine. We only hope that at least some equipment can make its way to us so that we can avoid this situation where Russian rockets freely cross Moldovan airspace on their route to attacking targets in Ukraine. At the same time, we are making significant efforts to address our European integration ambitions. We have those 9 conditionalities, which we are fully committed to meeting. And we count that the next Commission evaluation of those commitments will be positive. And Moldova will be granted the start of negotiations probably in the second half of the year during the Spanish presidency, but we would certainly do our best. And if it at all would be possible, we would do our best to be ready during the Swedish presidency. We have very good political contacts, as you well know, with our Swedish friends. We are working to boost our political ties with our Spanish counterparts. We are explaining, just as Ukraine does, how severe the predicament is in our region and how imperious is the need to advance on our European integration track so that our societies are locked in onto the European path, which has to become completely irreversible. And Moldovan citizens, just like Ukrainian citizens, need to see the benefits of European integration because we are already contributing to European defense, first and foremost Ukraine, of course. And the previous speaker emphasized very rightly that Ukraine is defending Europe. Ukraine is certainly defending Moldova. We have no illusions about whether Putin would have crossed the Moldovan international border. We understand that it's not a matter whether he would, it's a matter whether he could. and Ukraine made sure that he cannot. And Moldovan citizens and the Republic of Moldova will remain forever grateful to Ukraine for its sacrifice, and so should the European community and the international community, quite frankly. We will continue to do our utmost to support our Ukrainian friends and neighbors in this time of need, and we count on the international community doing the same, remaining united and providing the strongest response possible to the bully, to the aggressor, because we all know, especially us in Eastern Europe, the folks who have lived this tragic history throughout the past century, that appeasement never works. It hasn't worked with the fascist regime. It doesn't work with Putin's regime. So the only response is a robust, united response of the international community. Solidarity is already effective. We're already seeing it, and it will only be effective as long as it remains strong. I would like to thank you, our dear friends from Lithuania, from the Baltic states, from the Nordic countries, and quite frankly, throughout the European Union, who have been supporting Moldova so that we can withstand these efforts by Russian elements in Moldova to destabilize the situation and to change the government, to impose a pro-Russian government to stab Ukraine in the back. We're not going to allow that. And with your support, we are confident that we will move forward next year onto the European integration path and turn this sad and tragic page of history and open a new bright page for our people and for our region. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mihai. Thank you. And sorry, it seems I called you Ukrainian, Deputy Speaker, but we are all Ukrainians today, as we are all Moldovans. And my Prime Minister just recently visited your country, Foreign Minister, and I think we are all trying to do as much as we can to support you on that road to European Union. So have the best luck to catch your next flight. I hope it happens in Frankfurt, and see you in Chisinau or in Vilnius or in Brussels or in any other, or in Stockholm, in any other capital. Thank you, Mihai, so much. So now we we are returning to our panel. We are still waiting actually for Rasa Juknevičienė, not Andrius Kubilius, to join. We just replaced a bit the speaking order. Kubilius will be joining us soon. But before Rasa is joining the panel, among us we have one of the most experienced Finnish diplomats and politicians, Jari Vilen, ambassador for the Northern Dimension in the Foreign Ministry, but we know you from different previous incarnations, being a European minister who was actually responsible for our own accession. You've been also leading the Grand Committee in your parliament. Honestly, we copied the Finnish model in our own parliament. We have our own Grand Committee. Ambassador, you know, we all remember 99. I remember 99. I was then in Helsinki European Council when it was very good, wise, brave, strategic decision of not only Finnish presidency, but of the whole EU Council to invite Lithuania for accession talks. We were so envious that Estonians, they were invited first. It took 2 years for Lithuania to catch up with Estonian brothers and sisters, and you finally corrected this historic mistake. So what can we do now really to push Brussels not to do mistakes anymore, and to open accession talks with Ukrainians, just to make everything in order? Because, well, we are all spending so much money in Ukraine, also for reconstruction, and it would be kind of wiser to spend it in accession perspective, to fix the country once for a while, then of course to get NATO membership, for Russians never to come and destroy what we fix there as they usually do. So how to make this geopolitical wisdom present at the decisions of European Commission. That is so much important. I was on the train with von der Leyen, President of the Commission. She saw the first atrocities in Bucha with her own eyes, and we are so much grateful for this geopolitical thinking that von der Leyen team introduced into those decisions. But please, Ambassador, if you can share your wisdom, and I see Rasa is already waiting to be next. So now we have a great friend from Finland who is also one of the architects of Kokoomus Party's victory, maybe. We will see. Sorry for little provocation. We are all waiting for our brothers
Thank you,
to come.
Zygmantas. I know you always want to provoke the speakers before they take the floor, and I'm afraid I probably will not have the same kind of answers or the clear answers what you're asking from me. But you know, I learned in politics that the one-liner is the most important thing to at least set the tone. And if I try to answer with one line or one phrase what you ask, patience and unity. I think that would be my answer to all of the questions you put. We have to have a patience, we have to have a patience to proceed, and we have to keep the unity. I think these are the two key factors what we have in there. But let me first thank you for the kind words and also really say that I have a bit of nostalgic feeling to be in this room and this building, because 20 years ago I was exactly here as a Minister for Responsible EU Enlargement and Negotiation, and after that I came here also as the Chairman of the Grand Committee to discuss exactly the formulation, what we need for the Parliament's scrutiny for our EU membership. And also have a nostalgic feeling in that respect that 20 years ago when I came here, the Arja Makkonen, our current ambassador, was next to me because she was my diplomatic advisor, making sure that I don't make any mistakes. And she's still here observing that I don't make any mistakes 20 years later here. Good to be here, Arja, with you this time. I have to say that I don't know how did you plan this. Of course, you couldn't plan about the strikes in Germany, but the fact having this meeting in the day after European Council meeting, in a way, is a symbolic gesture, but also the symbolism what way we're standing at the moment. And I think it's in a way, in these tragic moments we live, it's good to get together here today in a way to prove and demonstrate the unity what been able to show from the European Union side. The decisions that we were able to take yesterday, which also actually refers to the EU enlargement, as you mentioned in here. Yesterday was also the day when Kosovo, of course, sent its own application, but the Bosnia-Herzegovina get the European Union perspective. And I think that is a testimony, a proof about the European Union strength and actually the attractiveness the European Union has to all of us, and also why countries also from the Western Balkans with its own inherited challenges and issues that they have in there still see as the European Union as the attractive target for stability, security, prosperity, and of course the democracy what they're looking forward. And there, of course, the same applies definitely for the Ukrainian case in there. It's a bit bizarre really sitting here, and we had the wonderful speech from Ihor from the Kiev. And I don't know if you saw the news that while we are sitting in here, 60 missiles was landing in the various cities in the Ukraine. The energy and electricity is out in Kharkov and Poltava completely, and there's strikes in Kiev and also in the Odessa. So that is the reality we're facing today when we're discussing and trying to, from our side, showing the support and unity to the Ukraine, and that what we can do in this way. Also, I think it was important to recognize that we were able to have, after difficult negotiations, the 9th package, the sanction package that was also mentioned here, which also demonstrates the unity what the European Union has been able to achieve, and which shows the strength that we have in there. And I think I worked previously also in the European Union, and I have to say that when I talk to my previous colleagues in either the Commissioner's cabinets or in External Action Service, they are telling to me that, Jari, the things that what we have done now, if we would have done before the war, we would be fired in the next day. That the measures that we've been able to do together in a unified form is unbelievable, and it shows about the strength of the European Union can have at its best. And I think the one thing what I want to underline and stress constantly, we need to keep this unity. It is, as also very clearly said by Mr. Šofka, it is a compromise, it is not easy decisions, and there are different kind of issues in various member states that are linked to it. But the proof is that we've been able to make already 9 packages is a demonstration of our common commitment to the support to Ukraine, and not just to Ukraine, but also to the of course, our democracy and the way we have. And if I would say another one-liner, which maybe hope you to remember, which I think we should remember, is that Russian narrative has not changed. Whatever rhetorics they say, whatever kind of communication they have, their narrative has not changed. It is still the same, to destroy the Ukraine. So that's why also our narrative cannot change. We should maintain the same narrative and same unity to support the Ukraine, but also to work any way we can to take away the Russian capacity to launch the war and aggression against any neighbors and any countries around it. So I think it's important to remind that with the fog of war and all kind of changes, that our narrative has to be clear. And one of the narratives that we also have is also giving the perspective for the Ukraine, for the EU membership, and also concerning the NATO perspectives that we see. And I think I really praise Mr. Zhovka's comments, what he said, and realism that actually he was expressing his speeches in there. It is a merit-based process, it is a long process, and as I said in the very beginning, it is a process that takes patience, a lot of patience in there. And I think it's extremely important. And I really have to praise that while nation is in the war and they're fighting for their survival, and they have to put all the efforts for winning the war, at the same time they have the stamina, courage, and determination to look for the perspective in the future, responding exactly the questions the European Union has put forward, fight against the corruption, change the legislative systems. All they are in the process in there. And I think this is something that I'm sure will be reflected also in the coming EU presidencies in the process what we have in there. If I'm correct, today the Swedish Prime Minister will be presenting the Swedish presidency priorities in the Stockholm in the Parliament. And I'm 100% sure that he will start with the support to the Ukraine. And Yesterday. I was here in the evening, so I didn't hear that. So the priorities has been presented, and the support to Ukraine has been one of the first priorities that the Prime Minister put forward in there. So that will definitely be on the Swedish agenda, and we are all supporting the Swedes in this respect there is. But the question truly is that that we are still in the war. We are in a situation when the fighting is going, and actually we are not in the negotiation process in that respect. The negotiations are done in the battlefields on front line, which are laying the condition whatever the future will lie in there. But as I said here, our unity is the core element in there, and we have to be able to find the compromises among ourselves, and then the patience from the Ukrainian side and the support that has to be continued, that there will be, if needed, and I believe there will be, the 10th package and there will be 11th and 12th, whatever is needed, that they will be effective, they will have an important effect in there, but also the packages and the sanctions will take its due time before they generally will start there. But we will win. That is a self-evident fact. Thank you.
Thank you so much, really. And thank you for what your country did and will do by joining NATO soon. And now we have Rasa Juknevičienė, former defense minister, current member of European Parliament, vice chairman of our EPP group, one of those voices who've been always very loud on Russian aggression, also when nobody was listening to what we say. And now everybody is listening to what Rasa is saying. So, Rasa, thank you again for joining, because you are one of those victims who was stuck in Frankfurt and you still managed to join us. Thank you so much. Please, Rasa.
Thank you, Žygis. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So, yes, I was following your first part of the meeting, of this conference. And I would say that maybe it's not the strike, not socialists are responsible for my trip around the Europe, because I will be back home via Tallinn. I don't know if we will get the ticket from Tallinn to Vilnius today, but I hope that I will be able to participate in our party meeting tomorrow in person. So this is maybe why it happened, because of the snow, because of the lack of employees for de-icing of the planes, we were told so. But it's not our conference topic today. The title I was trying to concentrate on is very important one, but I was thinking, look, what priorities we would discuss today, we would have set if Putin had taken over Ukraine in 3 days or in 1 week as he planned. And everything was in February very close to that. And thanks, brave Ukrainians, they were not afraid Putin. And they did what they did. For me, as I understand the future of our continent, it was like a victory, like a breakthrough. Despite that, while we are speaking now, the explosions, missiles are coming to Ukraine still. But we have to think, of course, about the future. And the first day, 24th of February, when I was asked our media to comment, to say a word, what's happening, my first idea was that it is the beginning of the end of regime, despite that it was not clear what's going on. And today, I am even more convinced that we are witnessing we have today on our continent like a second wave of collapse of empire. The first wave of collapse of Soviet Union happened, but as we see now, official map, only 3 Baltic countries became members of EU and NATO, like on the other shore of this geopolitical environment. But today, we see that, of course, Moldova, but of course, the developments in South Caucasus, developments in in Central Asia also are happening. And this will come soon, that these countries will be also in a different situation, not as dependent on Kremlin as they were before. Of course, we have another players like China, Turkey, and so on, but we will not speak today about that. Yes, changes are very huge. I will maybe touch upon 2 topics. Little bit about European Parliament, what we are doing and what situation is. And of course, European Parliament, in my view, I am newcomer, my first term in European Parliament. Many, of course, in Lithuania and other countries, my voters, they really don't care very much what Parliament is doing, European Parliament is doing, and don't understand the meaning of this body of European Union. But today, I am witnessing that European Parliament, since 24th of February especially, became like a kitchen of the politics, the most important, not the most important maybe on decision-making process, but very important to provide ideas, to push the process, to show unity when more than 500 always are voting in favor of one or another resolution idea, including, for example, to recognize Russia as sponsoring terrorism state last plenary. This week, we adopted a resolution on Holodomor, recognizing it like a genocide. It would be not possible to do this last year, the same day. It would be not possible. And today, more and more people understand what does it mean impunity, what does it mean that we were not able to recognize Soviet crimes as crimes internationally before. So European Parliament becoming most powerful for cooking ideas and pushing ideas before the other institutions. Next month, I hope we will, with the same majority, we will be able to adopt a resolution on special tribunal. for crime of aggression. It's very important, it will be very important voting, and resolution will be very important one. And second one, I would like to touch upon, nobody yet of those speakers you had on these panels mentioned Russia. This is very important to start to speak. I think maybe nobody know the outcome, the future, what will happen with Russia. But as we feel, speaking with people from so-called still old European countries, that many of leaders are afraid of the possible processes in Russia when Ukraine will win. And today, we also, being in this Western front line, fighting for ideas and discussing, debating about the future developments, we have to convince people, our colleagues, not to be afraid to go forward and not to be afraid Putin. And maybe it's possible to agree among ourselves on the future of Russia as well. How do we see it? Of course, first of all, it's up to the people in Russia themselves. But on the other hand, I know that it is not very popular in Lithuania as well, what I will say now and what we are saying loudly and discussing with the people from Russia, with Russian opposition people, that do we believe that Russia can be different in the future? When we say that Russia was always autocratic, imperialistic, and all Russians are imperialist, have imperialistic approach, and we always saying that it will be forever. What does it mean? What is the message for those who are most responsible, bigger countries in European Union or in our Euro-Atlantic community? It means that, look, if Putin will be changed with another one, it means that we have to be back to business as usual in the future. And then we will be back to the same business as usual, that don't provoke these bad guys. They are bandits, they are terrible people. And that's why maybe we have to wait with the NATO membership. We have to provide some kind of security guarantees to Russia, having in mind Putin, but not Russia. And here I would like to use opportunity, what I already mentioned before on my Twitter when Emmanuel Macron mentioned this, that we have to provide security guarantees to Russia being in the United States. My answer was very clear. Yes, President, you are right. We have to provide security guarantees, but not to Putin, but to Russian people. And what does it mean, security guarantees for Russian people? And of course, many people around, many countries around. What does it mean? It means, first of all, Deputinization of Russia, which is not necessarily only means only Putin. Deputinization is much more. It's like denazification of Germany happened before. It means denuclearization of Russia, demilitarization of Russia, and possible democratization. But before that, special tribunal crimes have to be mentioned, and then only then we can speak about security guarantees, which are very important for everyone, human being. So this is what we have to start to speak and not be afraid, to be very open, not only to be locked in understanding that Russia never will be different, and it means that we have to, I don't know, then what to do with such kind of strategy. So for Ukraine is very important as well, because Ukraine will become, and it was mentioned several times, Ukraine will become one of the most important pillars for the security, for everything in this part of Europe, in this continent, and also for Russia itself. It will become the best example for Russian people that they have alternative for their own future. If Ukraine will succeed, and if Ukraine will become successful country, be it an economy or security or in other terms, they are so important. Our vital interest is not to have next to us aggressive and a very dangerous state Russia is today. So maybe it's not possible during short intervention to explain all this. It's very complicated and not easy understanding, which came to me, by the way, far before this war, when I was working in NATO PA before 2019, when I was trying to convince many people what's going on in Russia, but when the only way was to try to open eyes and ears, asking them to listen what we are saying that we are not Russophobes. It's on contrary. Putin is the biggest Russophobe because he is afraid of his own people. And Russia is occupied itself because of more than 100 years of terror in that country. So we are not Russophobes. My grandmother was deported to Siberia, and she lost half of her family there. But she never ever said any bad word about Russians because she understood, being in Siberia, how that they themselves are there, occupied in their minds, and of course not only. So this is in front of us. To conclude, in front of us, we have not only now the most important task, weapons to Ukraine, to help Ukraine to win, but to realize and to have a clear strategy. What does it mean for us? Victory. For me, the victory in this war is to have different neighbor or non-aggressive neighbor next to us. Maybe, I am full of hope, it will happen in my lifetime.
Thank you so much, Rasa. Well, now, dear friends, we have time for reaction, for discussion. We have a lot of honorable ambassadors in the room. Well, this panel was meant to discuss more European integration. Then we thought to concentrate on NATO, on hard security. But of course, because of that, those little changes in the program, everything is now a bit united into one. So I don't know, maybe somebody wants to react on European integration. Maybe I could again try to provoke you a bit. Just 1 week ago, actually in this room, we had so-called Lublin trio. We had Ukrainian speaker Ruslan Stefanchuk, Polish speaker Grodzki, Lithuanian delegation, and I was chairing so-called subcommittee on European integration with all three parties. We all agreed that we need to speed up accession talk. We had a great meeting with Deputy Minister Jovita Neliupšienė, who was also our ambassador in Brussels. She was chief advisor of President Grybauskaitė, and she recently visited Kiev. Kiev was again under attack, so she spent hours with the Ukrainian team in bombshell. And she brought this great report from Deputy Prime Minister Stefanishina about how Ukraine is implementing 7 points. I really liked it, but what we agreed in this Lublin trio meet, that it would be so great that Ukraine releases this report each month, because we all heard, Ihor Zhovka just said, we did something, we are going to do something. Honestly, we are professionals, diplomats, politicians. We need papers, and to be very exact, what exactly was done. Even a little progress, but please report. It was exactly what we did when we've been lobbying for accession talks. Because, we should understand that EU is a bureaucratic machine. They need details, and they like details. So, as many papers produced monthly, we called it progress reports, the better. Because if we really want to convince European Commission to have a spring report and to have a spring decision during Swedish presidency, we need details. Another interesting idea was also mentioned by Jovita, and I share it because I was also part of Lithuanian accession team. We know that before accession talks, you have interesting process called screening, when European Commission just screens your country and says, well, you have problem here, here, here. They just identify problems, how far the country is from current EU legislation. You know, what needs to be fixed. In my time, it was 31 chapters, I think is now 35 chapters. And this screening process, oh, it's a very long story. Actually, if we would ask the European Commission to start it informally now, it would save maybe 1 or 1.5 years of Ukrainian accession talks. Because before talking and negotiating, you have to know the real situation. So the idea is maybe until we have the green light from the European Commission, we have a screening launched by the European Commission, just to speed up. And last idea that was mentioned, it's about our assistance. I really remember when I was a young diplomat, having, for example, we have Danish ambassador with Danish long-term experts sitting in my EU department and really helping us little babies, you know, to make first steps with his wise advices. But I also remember that Lithuania made wise choice. We were thinking from current EU members, who is the best in different areas? Okay, Finns are best on this area, Germans on this, and we kind of tried to share the experience and to target the countries who are the best in those areas to the problems we have. Because when I see now our assistance to Ukraine, it's chaotic. Everybody's, you know, inventing its own little tools. For example, this parliament, Lithuanian parliament, agreed to assist Ukrainian parliament in a way we copied Finnish model. We are now trying to sell our model to Ukrainian parliament because parliament needs to be monitoring the process. But I'm not sure that Lithuanians are the best. Maybe Finns are the best. So some kind of order should be done in providing assistance to Ukraine. It should be done orderly. Of course, if we have invitation to accession talks, European Commission would make that order. And now every country is doing its own bilateral assistance conferences. Germans did, French did. Who else is doing? It's interesting, it's nice. But I was working in Brussels. I know that it's the best when European Commission is, creating that kind of order and assistance. Sorry for strange long provocation. I need to get you into the discussion. And I see Andrius Vyšniauskas is raising the hand. And please, just show some way that you want to participate in the discussion. We have Chief of Industrial Confederation. We have important analytical. Okay, it's provoking. Okay, good. Please, Andrew.
I would like to add just something you mentioned, Žygis, about EU accession. We see that Ukraine and Moldova is implementing necessary reforms quite rapidly. I can say that sometimes they're implementing those reforms faster than we did many years ago. But in the end, we must not discuss not just what kind of reforms Ukraine and Moldova are implementing, but what kind of timetable we see for those countries. Because we have quite bad example, and one bad example is Balkan countries. they are negotiating and going to their direction for many years. Some countries started in negotiations with Lithuania and Baltic countries, but still they are not members of the EU. And I have a question for Jari Vilen. You are one of the most experienced negotiators in this conference, in this room. So how you see the timetable for Ukraine and Moldova? What's your prognosis when they can be sitting here as a members, not as a candidates or just countries who are negotiating for their membership?
Please, Jari.
I knew that there's no such thing as a free conference, that you have to pay the price by coming in here. I wouldn't give you the timetable, because I think it's impossible to predict, as we've been seeing. But what I would say, and putting in the perspective that we've been successful maintaining European unity in the Ukraine, which has been a bit of a miracle, to be very honest. But you can see in every single package that we have done on sanction and support Ukraine has become more and more difficult. So my answer to you would be the one that I see those countries, all of those who applied, and also new perspectives in the Western Balkans as a member of the European Union, when we have been able to reform the current European Union and its decision-making structures, without having the thorough discussion how we should first reform the European Union before we enlarge it, I think is a crucial question. Because I think we also have to learn from the past and also the mistakes what we have done or the things we have not succeeded. President Macron has launched and has been one of the key advocates about the discussion about the future of the Europe. And actually, because of the war and because of consequences, the discussion what the European Union tried to have through these processes of having a dialogue with the citizens and perspective for the future of the Europe very much died away, they vanished from there. But there were a lot of intriguing, interesting and important elements. One element, for example, concerns about the majority decisions, even concerning foreign and security policy, or the questions about the economical or taxations, etc. So I would put it this way, that when, I don't say if, but when we've been able to reform the European Union and when we have a consensus among current member states, then I'm very, very optimistic that also the path for the other member states to join is much faster than we have been anticipating.
Okay, thank you. And maybe still nailing the question down, and I see Marco and Vilija wants to react. You talked about membership. Andrius Kubilius, in one of the articles with whom Rasa Juknevičienė is working so close, he said, well, membership, according to us, as we also have some experience in this process, could already happen in 29 before new European Parliament is elected, new European Commission is appointed. In case we start negotiations next year, we think that 4 years for negotiations. In Lithuanian case it was 3 years, in Polish case it was 4 years, or actually, yes, exactly like this. But we are talking here about the start of accession talks. Because politically, as we know, in politics happens, the window of opportunity is opening and closing. So until now, window is open. But what if it closes? Can
I refer very quickly?
Please.
Sir? What do you see is better, opening a negotiation path which can last forever, or having then the negotiation which clearly has a defined timeline and target? This is the question, whether you're looking for the forever long in processes and hanging on this kind of thread, or whether you have a clear perspective when you open the negotiation, also the finalizing of that. Because at the moment, I do not see the open negotiation would be able to define the end date when it can stop, but just a question.
Yeah, but it keeps the momentum. That's important. Marco, maybe you want to say something because you started accession talks earlier than us. You have more experience in this.
Yeah, thank you, Žygis, and good to be back in Vilnius. But this is exactly what Jari commented about, and this is probably one of the most key elements to address. And this is not what Ukraine should do, but this is exactly what we should do. And I see this is one of the major obstacles in coming years to make sure that we are able to welcome new members in the EU, and specifically, of course, Ukraine, because Ukraine in the EU, it is completely new EU. It's completely new European order, if I may say so. And I feel, I don't know exactly, I don't know specific facts, but I feel that in certain capitals, especially when you think who have been founding members of European Union, there is still kind of a puzzle, what to do, how to handle this kind of situation where the power structure of the Europe will change. And do we want or not? It will change, because a victory of Ukraine will shape our continent, including also organizations like EU and NATO in different way. My question is, how do we should proceed here, us as members of EU? I agree with Žygis actually, and with Mr. Zhovkva and our Ukrainian friends that momentum is there, and this is. I agree again that yes, it might take a long time, or we cannot know at the moment what kind of timetable we're talking here about. But this is also about signaling the readiness to move on, and to show also to Russia that the geopolitical situation has changed and changed forever, that they are not able to build empire again, including the destroying neighboring countries like Ukraine. So this is a critical question, but my question is, how do we should proceed from this point to be able as a union today to accept the Ukraine in our union?
Thank you, Marko. And let's proceed with a few questions and maybe then return to panelists. Please, Vilija.
Thank you, Žygis. I can tell that it's a miracle that during the bombings of Kiev and other Ukrainian places, we can speak in real terms about Ukraine's accession to the European Union. It's a miracle that their parliament is working, passing the laws. I don't know. I think that Ukraine emerges as an axis not only of the new European Union, but of the new security architecture. And I'm very sorry, Žygis, I will turn a little bit back to what Rasa was saying and what you were saying. It was very important quote of Ronald Reagan that we have to push communism to the edge, you know. But was the communism the essence of Russia? I would say no. No. I remember the year, not personally, but we can remember the year 1920, when Bolsheviks were attacking Warsaw and Poland. Lenin said at that time, when I'll take Warsaw, through Warsaw and Poland, I will go to Berlin and Paris, yeah? Ideology called itself communism, Bolshevism, something. Now we have two paradigms on the table, yeah? One of them is Brzezinski's approach, that Russia with Ukraine is an empire, without Ukraine, not. And the second is, for example, Dugin's and other ideologists' approach that Russia can survive and exist only if it will be expanding only as an empire. And I agree with Russia that, Russia, that there should be some steps taken, deputinization, denuclearization, but how to achieve this de-imperialization of Russia, what is the essence? In a very simple terms, I would say, strengthening of Ukraine as much as possible and exhausting Russia. Why do I say something like this? Russia is very similar to Iran, from my perspective. Maybe I'm more skeptical on Russia's future as Russia, but you know, for Iran, the main goal is to destroy Israel, nothing else. We are pushing sanctions and so on, but they have only one idea. And for Russians still, it's very difficult to understand that they are not empire, and they should not be an empire. And I will recall the same Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan wasn't able to occupy and denazify Russia because of, we know the reasons. But he promised, I will take them pants off. And he did. And I think that the main goal is to exhaust Russia and not to be, how to say, so Russian kissing the bear. I hear from my colleagues within the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, for example, about dialogue, about coming back to the negotiation table. Guys, don't rush, please. Don't rush, please. We will never achieve Russia's change if we will allow them to have business as usual. And this Reagan's approach, I will take them pants off, I think is very rational one. Very rational. Europe is going this way, but you know, behind the scenes, perhaps industrialists of Germany and other still are dreaming about how to finish this war, and they will go back and will kissing the bear again. You know, my teacher of piano was Jewish, and she used to say in such situations, cushion them bear, cushion them bear. For Jews, it means that it's impossible, it's some illusion. So, first of all, strengthening Ukraine, and please don't kiss the bear again. Never, never, ever. What can I suggest for Russians? Please become a real federation, first of all. Please provide transparent elections, real elections. Don't be afraid of Russians. Yeah, Russia said it. Yeah, don't be afraid of your own people. Allow regions to be, you know, with themselves. And these steps, not only, it's the question not only about the regime, but I'm not sure about Russian people. Do they understand that real federalization is the only way to freedom for themselves? And I think that if Europe and the West will be able to combine these steps, this Reagan's approach, we can achieve step by step the imperialization of Russia. But remembering this wish to be embraced by the pipelines, to be embraced and to believe that Russia, it will bring some good outcome to the West, you know. It's not only naive, I think it's even worse. Don't kiss the bear again, please.
Thank you, Vilja, for very clear statements, and thank you also for your role in this Lublin trio last week when you raised the question not only of Russia out of Council of Europe and United Nations Security Council, but from OSCE, because it violates all possible sacred values of those organizations, and this is really shocking, like organizations created to respect the principles they are created for They still tolerate the regimes who are breaking all possible principles and the essence of those organizations. And now I saw a few hands, Danish ambassador and also Vidmantas and Ukrainian ambassador to react. I just, if I can, want to inform the participants about little adjustments of the program because of all those changes. We will finish the discussion at this panel at 11:30, then coffee break to warm up a bit, and then the next panel will start at 12 o'clock sharp, and we will have lunch not at 2 but at 1:15 to start. Okay, I think that's acceptable for everyone. So please, Ambassador, we still remember it was exactly Denmark to coach Lithuania on the way. You know, Nordic countries had some division of work among ourselves, and we miss that Kia from Copenhagen.
Thank you.
We still miss it.
Thank you very much, Sigimantas, for reminding us. Actually, it's 20 years ago this week that we finalized negotiations on the big eastern expansion of the EU this week, and now we're talking about historical moments. Next year it will be 30 years ago we defined in Copenhagen the Copenhagen criteria for EU enlargement, and I think that might be a good occasion to revisit it because I think that there were some very wise decisions made 30 years ago on how to see further EU enlargements. But I mean, the question came up whether we could envisage when the negotiations could end. I mean, and I think the answer that was mentioned is the right one. I mean, it's not for us, for EU members to say. It's very much up to Ukraine to decide and the progress Ukraine is doing. Not only in adopting, and we heard that there were some very important pieces of legislation that were adopted even this week, and as a good way towards fulfilling some of the initial criteria for opening. So, I mean, there needs to be a lot of this legislation adopted, but they also need to be transposed into national legislation, and I think that the thing that you mentioned about screening is indeed very, very, very important. We need the formal adoption, but then we also need to see the reforms being put into reality. So, I mean, we should give Ukraine all the assistance that we can to finish negotiations as quickly as possible. And I think that you are saying that we should all look to what how we can contribute. Already some years ago, Denmark took the responsibility to assist Ukraine in fighting corruption. And I think this is something we are quite good at in Denmark, but that is, of course, very, very important when we talk about EU memberships and the ability to deal with all the funds that the EU will eventually be providing, and which is in dire need for the rebuild of Ukraine. I will only say a few words because unfortunately I have to go, but I also want to take the floor because yesterday Denmark had a new government. And our new foreign minister is the former Prime Minister Lars Løkke Rasmussen, and until yesterday Danish civil servants were not allowed to say much because we had a caretaker government. So I'm also taking the floor just to be so happy about once again be able to speak and to voice the views of my country. But the adoption, the transposition, and the screening, I very much agree. We will do what we can. We are doing it in anti-corruption, but I'm sure we can all do more. I was myself helping Estonia, and I was spending almost 1 year in answering all the questions of the white paper, and knowing how important it is and how much pressure it can put on administration to do the thing. Before the white paper came, Estonia, if I may, thought it was ready to join the EU overnight, and we made a small questionnaire to all the ministries asking how much have you transposed, and the question was almost nothing. So it caused a small crisis, and it just shows that the government has to be on its toes, and we have to know exactly what's happening. And this is the Commission is the best place to do all of that, and we should assist the Commission in coordinating assistance, as you rightly said, Sigmund says we should. The Commission should be, and the Commission should also have the administrative capacity to be dealing with the enlargement. And we have to look into whether this is the situation today, because I hear that there might be a need for more people allocated to this process. But I just want to say thank you for inviting us, and unfortunately I had to leave in a second, but it's indeed very important questions that you're addressing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador, and maybe thank you for all Nordic ambassadors and countries who helped us on the way, Baltic way to EU, and kind of symbolically, also with this meeting, we take that mission to Ukraine and Moldova right now. I think Baltics are doing what you did for us then, but it's always better to do it together, like Nordic family, I think, because then we will be much stronger to help Ukraine, Moldova, and other countries who try to do the same. So now Vidmantas Janulevičius, who is our one of the strongest, I would say even global voices fighting for democracy, one of the first in this country who said we have to take seriously what China is doing in Lithuania, attacking our industries, having one of the first dumping cases against China in Brussels. So I so much appreciate that the biggest industrialist of Lithuania is so much with us in this fight for freedom and democracy. Please, Vidmantai.
Thank you, Žygis. Thank you for the possibility to participate here. Of course, maybe I will go back a little bit to the history and from the business-wise, because business-wise, I think I'm only one here who is representing the business, and I will make similarities Ukraine and Lithuania. Lithuania, 1990, and Ukraine, existing time. For Ukraine, much more easier now to go to the West than it was for the Lithuanian business, because Lithuanian business, nevertheless, we have 11th of March here. We fight at the square, which was there. We have been younger students. Of course, maybe we have been not so much deeper inside the former Soviet socialism system, because my parents, as Rasa's grandparents, was deported. I had the first child who was born here in Lithuania. My sister, she was born in Siberia, in Perm. Maybe why, let's say, I have this strong opportunity to understand the past and the future. What was bad with Lithuania? We have been so connected to Russia. Nevertheless, our business, our industry heavy industry was really connected to the Russia, because the gas, because the oil, and so on, and the whole investments was done there. What is good for Ukraine now, there was the same, very deep together with Russia. Now it's war, any connections. Of course, there is some agents, business agents as well in Ukraine, but it's no connection at all. It's a white page to start the fully new country with a fully new, not dependency on the fossil fuel. And Ukraine could have this. Ukraine location, it's even much more better than Lithuanians, They have the big access to the sea. They have access to the plenties of countries. It's a warmer country, very efficient agriculture sector, but still not using even 50% of efficiency, because these technologies which was used in the former Soviet Union, it's in the past. And my idea is to bring the business community, closer to the European Union, because unfortunately it's still, sometimes we feel some former Soviet mindings, some former Soviet understandings of doing business. And of course, the young generation, we need to bring them to the Europe. We need to bring the associations, confederations of the business, more closer to the Europe. Lithuania, it's very strong pushing them to be under the business Europe. And we have few confederations who is interesting to participate in here. Sometimes, of course, not easy to bring them. We have some another voices from the different European Union countries, but I just see a lot of Scandinavian colleagues and would like to ask them to support to bring these few confederations, industrialists and Confederation of Employers, to Ukraine as a, maybe not as a full members, only the EU members could be the full participants, but just to see on that and to vote on that. Unfortunately, last our votings was not very successful, just 1 month ago. We hope that the next voting will be more successful and we will collect them. And of course, we believe in the victory of the Ukraine. It's no any questions. Business wants to be inside, but of course, Ukraine itself must be changed drastically, because this, how to say, this corruption was very deep. To do the business in Ukraine is very difficult. Personally, I'm invested a lot in Ukraine, and of course, any returns. Why? It's very different questions. I don't want to touch them today, but nevertheless, we need to bring them on the right track. And this is the right time after the war to change all the country, starting from the business community, but we need, of course, to lend them, to train them in Europe, in real European way, not in the mixture between Europe and former countries, let's say, as the Soviet Union and Russia, but it's real European way. And this we need to train the young generation to be active. Thanks God they're really active, they're really good businessmen, but businessmen's understandings in Eastern policy and Western policy is totally different, yeah. We need to bring them closer together. And I'm just asking for the support, for the Nordic countries to support to bring Ukraine confederations, both confederations, to be partly the members under the Business Europe. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Vidmantai, for drawing attention to this important point. And now we will conclude our question session with Ukrainian Ambassador Petro Beshta. Thank you for coming to our debate, and then we will return to panelists. Please, Petro.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for very strong positions that I heard, and I would like only to say a couple of focused statements, what we think is truly important. Of course, the way to the victory on the battlefield now is mainly weapons, and a lot of talk about that, but of course we need to think what will happen after the war, after the victory, and that is a broader picture. And the key message is here is how to make sure that Russia will not be able to dictate to its neighbors and to Europe, to oppress its neighbors and Europe, occupy territories, etc. We could talk about imperialization of Russia, but I would like to be more of practical look at this thing and what kind of strategy could we build on a rather realistic scenario, and that means that we will have to build in Europe a position of strength. This is the key strategy that we have to think of starting from now, and how we in Ukraine see this position of strength of Europe to be able to just deter that kind of dictate from the future Russia leadership is clearly to keep the momentum that we have now concerning integration of Ukraine in the EU. This should be a we have been talking about timetable. Of course, we cannot see now timetable, but we can really see the start of these negotiations, and we can really see and master unity of the EU on the track of these negotiations, so that they will not last for decades, but clearly keeping that momentum. And we are Ukrainians, we understand that this is the key also for us to reform, to integrate, and to make it fast, because this is also our guarantee, our security guarantee against any kind of pressure from Russia in the future. And we truly believe that this is also integration of Ukraine in the EU is also making EU stronger. So we are doing the same job to make Europe stronger. And then NATO integration, we also absolutely believe that it's not provoking Russia, this type of appeasement policies which were based on kissing the bear or not provoking the bear. We don't believe in that type of strategy, and we want to make sure that everyone understands that only from the position of strength you can deter this bear from poking at your territories and from dictate. And that right those gray zones like Ukraine and Moldova, Georgia, that were not part of the NATO, that was the key weakness that was provoking Russia to continue their imperialistic policies. And we are very sure that eliminating this type of weaknesses in Europe, and that means membership of Ukraine, Georgia and Moldova in NATO, that is the biggest step forward, which will make Europe stronger and make clear red lines to Russian imperialistic elites about what is not acceptable. And the next step that we together build this eastern flank of our countries united with strong military industries, because these are also the biggest security guarantee for all of us, because we need to have a strong technological weapons to deter Russian imperialism into the future. So this is my key message. We have to think about building the strong position of Europe, and all these things are an element of this policy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Petro, and thank you for the fight your nation is doing for our common security. And now let's return to the panelists for final conclusions. I see our Finnish friend waving already the hand, and then Rasa, if we can conclude debate of this panel. Please.
Thank you much, and I really raise my hat and praise the wise words of our Ukrainian colleagues, what they have said both on the screen and next to me, that in this kind of crisis situation, being able to have the perspective also on the future and planning for the nation's future for not just the next week or next month or next year, even further there. I sincerely hope we in the European Union would have been this kind of same kind of capacity and determination to proceed. You know, there's a wonderful proverb in China when the Chinese politician was asked about what he thinks about the French Revolution in 1789, and the response was, "It's too early to comment." So somehow I have the feeling that it's very difficult to comment on the European Union side, and of course I'm not representing the European Union per se in here, but I would say in a personal perspective that I would find regrettable if the European Union would be giving promises that it cannot keep. And I think this is a question of our own credibility, that whatever we do, we ourselves first have to be committed that we can deliver that. We not just talk the talk, but we really walk the walk. And therefore, I actually praise what Ukrainians are saying, also being realistic about the situation where we are. I don't know if you saw the news from yesterday night, not just from what happened in Brussels, but also what happened in Bratislava. The Slovakian government just collapsed. Slovak doesn't have a government at the moment, which means that we will have a completely different kind of situation there. And I don't go to details and comment in what anticipation is, but that means instability in one of our member states for a foreseeable timetable. So it is truly the utilizing the momentum, as you all said in here. But what is the right momentum? It is very difficult to predict. Finland has been extremely privileged with the fact that we've been able to usually utilize the momentum, including also together with Sweden joining and applying for the NATO membership in the right time, in the right momentum. What is the right momentum for the Ukraine? What is the Ukraine momentum to use and go forward? It's really impossible to say at the moment. As I said in the beginning, I think the first priority is to us in the European Union side to keep the unity at any price, because only by unity we can support the Ukraine that we want. That's the core value we have. Second thing is then priorities. The first priority is to win the war. I think then comes everything else. And that's why I praise that all the preparations already Ukraine is on that side. Unfortunately, I don't think we in the European Union member state sides are. We are not ready yet for this kind of debate and discussions. We have such a diverging agendas and issues. We talked with this Sigmundis previously a couple of weeks ago in there. We have discussion in Europe also concerning the European political community, which is one of the topics which are floating, and not going into more details on that. We have discussion, as I said, and other applications and candidates, what we have to. And let's be very frank with that. It's cold outside. It's cold in the European Union member states, and we have enormous difficulties in most of our member states, also the issues that come in. If you look in the yesterday's European Council meeting, and just maybe early warning or just a reference to that, we were able to make the decisions on the sanctions and support for the Ukraine, but at the same time, the head of governments already decided, by the way, next year, February, we have to discuss about the migration. I just give you that as an example that how many other issues are pushing through the European Union agenda at the same time. And this is the reality that we have to take into account. Other issues is coming already there. So I think, as I said, one more time, maintaining unity for the support and winning the war is the first thing. I think then comes everything else and keeping the momentum there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Rasa, how would you respond to it? And then let's conclude that part.
Yeah, thank you so much. I have to run for my taxi to go to the airport and try again to reach my native country, maybe today. So, yes, on history, it was mentioned that we don't know where we are. We know where we are, but myself also, I don't know what kind of text will be on the history textbooks in 10 years or in 20 years about the situation, about the current times we live here. And we don't know even the next year, will it be more positive than it was this year? But I do know that we live in historic times, and it will be mentioned as very important times. So all of us, as responsibilities on our shoulders, are very important. Two points. Balkans were mentioned. I think it's extremely important question as well. If we want to be successful when we speak about Ukraine, about Eastern Partnership countries, we have to have in mind also other regions, extremely important as well, like Western Balkans, and to have on board countries. For them, this region even is always is and will be important because they are neighbors next to Western Balkans as well, also as we are here. So yes, in Western Balkans we see complications, very different countries have different problems, be it Northern Macedonia, debates with Bulgaria, be it especially when we speak about Bosnia-Herzegovina. I don't say about Serbia, where a lot of concerns we have, and lack of understanding that they are closer to Europe than were before. But despite that, it's very important to understand how important Western Balkans are to us, to European Union, and to have them on board, because people there are tired. Because we were lack of decisions, we were not fast enough in European Union to help them to change the situation or to do reforms. And when people are tired and when they lost belief and trust for their future, and trust that if they will be invited to European Union, it's coming to the situation as it is now, and other countries like Turkey, like China, Russia especially, they are coming there and fulfilling this empty security space we were not able to do on time. And second one, what I would like to mention, what was very important here about EU reforms. 2 points. First, I don't know how, but we have to try to change the narrative when we speak about EU enlargement, that EU enlargement, it's only beneficiaries are only those countries who they are asking for membership. Not only. We have to change the narrative that we, European Union, we need them, having in mind that we want to become real geopolitical player as European Union, as a continent in the global affairs, and it will help, it will strengthen us. And we have to convince our societies on that as well. Today, of course, many people in so-called, as I already mentioned, Western countries, old European Union states, little bit tired because of the previous enlargements. A Hungarian role is not positive, it's very negative when politicians see, look what happened when we we accepted countries. Now they are not going on the same values, and rule of law issues are so important here, and so on and so on. But a second one on EU itself is reforms. Without reforms inside EU, I am afraid that, and many of us here in European Parliament are afraid that without reforms from inside, the enlargements will be more complicated, much more complicated. And here I mean, first of all, foreign policy, so-called solid vote issue, where is very difficult to agree on decision-making process. So without that, and I am trying to convince people in those countries, they are very much supportive for Ukraine's, for example, membership, that if we will not change our mind on that, it will be very difficult. The process will be stopped by those who are against Ukrainian membership in the future. So a lot to do. I didn't say any instrument how to do this, but we have to find it. If European Union fathers were able to agree on very difficult issues when they started the process to the European Union, which we have now here, so we have to find enough efforts to start thinking about that, because we live in extraordinary times, and we need extraordinary decisions, not only to fit to the old rules we had before that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rasa, so much, and thank you for all the speakers. And maybe I will also conclude from my side. I saw my Latvian and Estonian colleagues, body language completely agreeing with what Rasa said. And I would also say to our Nordic friends, well, what von der Leyen said, listen to the Baltics, because today we are the litmus test. We feel it with all our genes, that this is now time to start accession talks, not to lose the momentum. Because when you speak about the unity, think also about the unity of Ukrainians. You know how difficult it is to get that unity for accession to EU and NATO. You know that if we lose that momentum, Russia and China will cripple in. We will have situation that we now today have in the Balkans, and look also from historic perspective. Remember Yaltas, remember Munich's, Minsk's, where actually we've been just appeasing the Russian Empire, and this continues for how many hundreds years? For how many millions Ukrainians have to pay for our appeasement policy? It needs to be stopped. And we have this historic opportunity to do it now. Because if we miss that window, we will have will we have a lot of Ukrainians sacrificed for our own safety and security, and this is just not just. So I think it's time to do it. It's time what you did during Helsinki European Council. It's time to do what Danes did during Copenhagen European Council. I still remember that night when we signed accession treaty of Lithuania, because this Nordic wisdom to push for the Baltics was right. So listen to the Baltics and let's start accession talks with Ukrainians. And the Swedish presidency, Swedish ambassador left the discussion, but we will catch her and Swedes in Stockholm on this question. Thank you for this debate. Let's have a coffee and let's reconvene in 20 minutes at 12 o'clock. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, please come back from the coffee break. I think that where is, yes, 1 second. I think we can start, and then some colleagues will join. Of course, we have the same problem with some flights and some other problems. So some other colleagues will join us in the process. And today we're discussing the topic of this panel. Panel is NATO Eastern Flank and reinforcement, new members and implication for the European security framework. We have 4 experienced politicians on this panel, and I hope that some more will join. But I would like to start this discussion with a reminder. Today we are here to discuss the future of our region and seek answers to the question, what kind of security framework we will see after the victory of Ukraine. I have to stress that we here in Lithuania, we don't see the future of our region without reinforcement of NATO's eastern flank. We believe that it is necessary step to ensure both security and stability in the Baltic Sea region and beyond. The expansion of NATO, the decision to invite new member countries to our alliance, firstly Sweden and Finland, and in the future, I hope Ukraine will help to strengthen the alliance presence in our region. It will help to establish the Baltic Sea as our alliance inland sea. This in turn will ensure security and security for current member countries and will help to deter potential future aggression from Russia. But we have to acknowledge that despite the inevitable loss of Russia on Ukrainian soil, in the future there will still be some kind of Russian state, and this state will be a threat for our region for many years to come. We have to support the increased military presence and exercises in eastern flank as the demonstration of NATO's commitment to the security of the region and help to ensure that member countries are prepared to respond to any potential threats. However, I recognize that not everyone shares the same view on NATO and its role on eastern flank. As such, I think we will discuss today in this panel how we can debunk doubts about NATO's expansion, how we can elaborate on new members' involvement in new security framework in Baltic Sea and broader region, and what current security insufficiencies we would address, how Russia might respond, and what strategy we should take towards including new members in this alliance. I look forward to hearing the perspective and introductory statements from our panelists and engagement in discussion. I think that we must start with Jari Vilen, Ambassador for the Northern Dimension in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on Finland, former Minister of Foreign Trade and European Affairs. Why we start with Mr. Jari Vilen? Because Finland will be the new member, and I hope that we will see very good results and very interesting decision here in Vilnius in NATO summit this summer. So, Mr. Jari Vilen, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's maybe start the same as I finished, that it's a question of patience, and now it's a question of patience on our side, as you're well aware that there are 2 member states of the NATO who has not ratified our treaty, which other ones has been ratified in a record speed in member states. I think the Estonia and Norway were competing which one is the first one to ratify it. But as you mentioned about the enlargement perspectives, and I have to start in a bit optimistic mood in that respect, that the time that we've been waiting now, the Turkish and Ukrainian, Hungarian and Turkish ratification of our treaty has also been a learning process to us about what the NATO membership means and what are the commitments and what are the expectations that we have. We, of course, are seeking for the NATO membership with the fact that we want to increase our security, and that was a decision of the people. It started with the people's will to join the NATO, and I'll tell you a bit more about that. But what has been, and I'm trying to be optimistic and not just diplomatic in that, what I think has been important for us to learn in this time that we are waiting, that as a member of the NATO, we have obligations and we have to be able to understand the consideration of all the member states. And the security of the East, of course, is the issue that is on all our hearts and minds. But at the same time, we have to understand the NATO's perspectives in the Mediterranean, Middle East, and those directions too. So in that respect, I would even say that it's good that we've been, especially decision makers, have to sit down and see that in the future, Finland must have a position also on those matters. We have to understand as much as we can also the Turkish concerns, and also the fact that we have to understand what happens in the Mediterranean. What are, for example, the Spanish concerns when it comes to the Gibraltar and when it comes to the Maghreb countries, etc. And also that what kind of commitments we can give to these directions and what is our contribution in there. So I think that is important lessons, and I'm absolutely convinced that the ratification will come there. I'm hopeful that will come so the time that we are really here in Vilnius in a different capacity in that time. But time will only tell. Prime Minister Orban has informed that in February the ratification is in Hungarian parliament. In the Turkish side we don't have exact date, but the process is progressing well. And I think the negotiation or discussion what we've been having have been constructive. But we also are very realistic the fact that these are the political processes, and as we all know, and I have learned in my political career that if somebody underlines that these things are not connected to each other, usually it's a confirmation that certain things are connected to each other, and that's the real case what we have also there. But maybe saying about the Finnish perspective, because it builds a bit about what you said in there. I have never seen in my political life or my career that kind of transformation what I was able to witness in Finland, because after 24th of February, in 3 days' time, 72 hours, Finnish citizens decided that it's time to join the NATO. And the process of Finland joining NATO started with the public opinion swift, followed by the parliament members' opinion change, followed by the government, and the last lock was the president, who was then willing to change his mind. In first time in Finnish history, when we are, very law-abiding citizens and we believe in the management and our political leadership to guide us through the rocky waters, it was the decision of the people who forced the politician to make this decision. And that's why it has a very strong foundation, a foundation which we believe will be carried for next generation. And I think I have to praise a bit about that also, that one of the reasons for that we were able to provide the people adequate information, realistic, analytical information for people's consideration. And that led to this fact. And that comes to praising of the free media and importance of the press and media when people have a chance to make their minds and decide where we're standing in that. So decision is there. It has a solid foundation. We probably have never had this kind of decision that 188 members of the parliament of 200 is voting in favor. We never seen similar kind of reaction in the US Senate too. That I was talking to my colleagues that when the US Senate was voting to ratify Finnish treaty, there was more stories about Finnish history and our war heroes than our school children know these days. That the US Senators were better informed about Simo Häyhä as a sniper from the Winter War, or the other Larry Thorne, which was also in the Green Berets, that the Finnish men who fought and fight for freedom. And I think this is a lesson to learn to our school children in the future. But and I think what is important to see that in our both countries, and also it's pity that our Swedish ambassador colleague is not in the room in here, because I would like to tell especially her that first time in our history Finland guided Sweden to make the similar kind of decision. In 700 years of our history, I have get used to the fact that Sweden is guiding Finland in a certain direction. But now it was the Finnish people who decided for the Sweden and put the politician in a position when Sweden had no other choice than to follow the trend. And I'm very happy that we were able to do this together. And I can confirm to you, we are standing side by side. We are going together. We are not going separately, we're going together. And we see that together as NATO members, we are giving the additional support and strength in the Baltic Sea that it deserves in the current circumstances. And I can assure you that our commitment is there, and our capabilities will be making a significant contribution to security in all the Baltic states and all the Baltic Sea area that we have at the moment. And not that, but we do see, of course, our contribution in the Arctic defense that we are having at the moment. But while saying that, we do see our natural areas of competencies and areas where we can contribute directly. But of course, as I said, we are committed fully, and Finland is joining the NATO with no restrictions, fully committed to join all of its elements. And for the first time in our history, and say it frankly here and openly here, we are also committed, of course, to NATO nuclear policies. And this is probably the biggest lesson to learn to us, which has not been previously in our agenda, that what will be the Finland's capabilities and what is the Finland's role to play in there. But just to give you the hint, our air forces are already today capable, and especially future air forces are capable also carrying the nuclear weapons. We have F-35 fighters are coming in a few years' time to our air force capacities. So that's just a testimony of the fact that also this commitment is real. It's not just on the paper, but we are also willing to commit and contribute to our best of capacities in that respect. We are joining the NATO in idea that we are not forming a bloc, and I think it's important to all of us say that we are not having this kind of idea that we have only one area of responsibility or we are only joining in certain countries that we are looking forward, but we are looking cooperation to all the partners and parties what we have. And we do see that in the current political circumstances where we are, our joining and Swedish joining the NATO is nothing away from anybody. It is bringing more stability. It's bringing more predictability, and it's, of course, raising the threshold and giving the deterrence for all our countries, and also giving the signal what the Russians needs to give. At the same time, I have to say that currently we don't feel any threatened. We don't have any threat on that respect that we would see there. But as I said, we are talking on long perspective issues, and as you started saying that, and I think it's good to remind also that in all circumstances, Russia, whatever administration, whatever structure, what political leadership it has, will remain our neighbor and will be all of our neighbor's country. And that means that also that we have to prepare ourselves the fact that some kind of dialogue on some kind of coexistence has to exist also in the future. What we have communicated to Russia, and as you know, our president called directly to President Putin to inform our joining. His guideline was that you don't have to see and read in the newspapers or intelligence reports that it's better to tell face-to-face what it is or phone-to-phone. And President Niinistö called and told the reasons and why this has happened. I think he used the expression that the masks has been removed and the ugly truth is in front of us. And that's the reality that what we base in also our NATOship, not based on wishful thinking, but the reality is what is unfolding in front of us, and we fully preparing for that reality what we have. Therefore, we believe that our joint membership in NATO is a contributing factor to our overall security and also strengthening NATO in general speaking. If you allow me to bore you a bit, I just give you a few of examples about the commitment, and I think I can do that also on behalf of the Swedish ambassador, saying that what kind of seriousness we have put in the matter. Finland has decided to put 2.2 billion euros more to the defense procurements. Sweden has also decided to put significant contribution that actually increasing there from 6 billion to 10 billion. Finland is increasing from 5 billion to even 7 billion euros. And if you would be in Helsinki and Finland reading the Finnish newspapers, you would be surprised. Every single week there's information about that, how we are improving the defense capabilities. I'll just give you just a figures. We are spending $500 million for HIMARS rockets, purchasing from the USA. And when I tell about what we are purchasing, you tell that how we prepare in the existing war scenarios that we see in the future. We are spending about 300 million for air combat missiles for our fighters. We are spending 134 million to these self-propelled howitzers that we actually will have the biggest number of the K9 mortars from the Korea and the whole Europe, 96 pieces of them. We are spending over 224 million euros to Spike missiles. We are purchasing the artillery rockets. We are purchasing the anti-aircraft missiles. We're purchasing the naval ammunitions, and we're purchasing the traditional artillery pieces, etc. We are purchasing with over 700 million euros this year. We're preparing to purchase 800 million euros next year. even the year that we anticipate to be very difficult financial, and 400 to 500 million euros in the coming days. And these are very, very solid foundations for our common commitment. And there, Sweden is planning to do the same. They are spending at least 300 million euros in this year and further spendings in the coming years ahead. So this, I think, is evidence to you that how serious we are and what our commitment will be there. And as a part of our joining commitment, of course, when and if the time comes to us also to show the solidarity, whether it's air patrolling in Baltic Sea or something else, that of course Finland is fully committed to these activities, what we have there. What kind of implication this has in general in the European security network, of course, is the good question. We believe this is a strengthening, stabilizing factor in there. It, of course, raises the tolerance of European Union member states and NATO member states set, and it is a message for the Russians to increase our all countries' security in that respect. What are the overall development and what kind of development further comes, I think, are the questions. What we're looking forward particularly is that, as you mentioned, the NATO be able to look its own defense policies in the manner that the changes in our surroundings and particularly Russian aggression is adequately reflected in the NATO future strategies. And I think this is something that we are working side by side together each other to having this balancing act in there. But at the same time, as I mentioned, we do understand the NATO have other priorities and other issues too, which has to be taken adequately on the count in there. So this is the result of the President Putin's policies. This is the result of the President Putin's policies, which has given us the unique opportunity to join the NATO, which has so far, and for political reasons, not been before possible. This is for Finland, if I would summarize, for Finland this is one of these pragmatic decisions that we take. We are very much based everything on the realities and pragmatism. And despite my Swedish colleague is not here, I could say that for Sweden this is even more profound changes, because this is a change of the Swedish DNA from the neutrality to the situation which their societies have to have the even different kind of aspects in there. When President Koivisto, our late president, was interviewed, who actually led Finland to the European Union membership and gave the direction to that one, when he was interviewed in Moscow by the Russian journalists when he was visiting that many years ago. But what he said there was a question that what is the Finland's mission? He said in one word, to survival. And I think the NATO membership is one of those steps for Finnish survival, that we believe that gives the guarantees for our survival. And that's why when we're talking about the Ukrainian perspectives, I have exactly the same kind of feelings. And you can fully understand, and particularly the war in 1939 and 40, what we have had, which is in our DNA, is so much reflecting what's going in our hearts and minds at the moment. So I do understand and see that for most of us, for all of us, the NATO membership is one of the elements of our common survival. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's interesting that for many years Finland was seen as a big brother for Estonia and some other Baltic countries. But it's interesting that Estonia and other Baltic countries are members of NATO for more than 18 years. So I would like to give floor in this regard for Marko Mihkelson, the member of Estonian Parliament. What you thinking about NATO's future and what kind of needs we as the Baltic countries have in this region?
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, and it's great to be among friends actually here today at this conference. I feel that we are all very much on the same page, and there is no need to convince each other how important is collective security and collective defense. Like Jari, you mentioned the democratic process, the deeply democratic process, what has happened in Finland and in Sweden as well throughout last 10 or 11 months. The very same actually we witnessed in Estonia and in our Baltic nations. at very beginning of regaining of our independence, early 90s. While going through this survival process with very traumatic results in terms of losing independence, losing so many people, being under occupation of foreign forces and powers, there was a very clear understanding right from very beginning that the only way for our survival, there is a good cooperation with allies, with other democracies, and that was for us the only organization who could give us additional sort of support and defense was NATO. So it has been ever since a very strong understanding among our people that we should go never alone again. Neutrality is not an option. And as long as it takes, we have to invest seriously, both in our own self-defense capabilities, but first and foremost to build through our foreign and security policy also very strong lines of communication and alliance with our partners and neighbors in the region and also in Euro-Atlantic area. So I would like to pay attention to perhaps two very important developments and 2 or 3 of them, starting perhaps this major change in our region. If we go back to January this year, and I remember we had in our Estonian Council of Foreign Relations debate about security arrangements in a region, and we had our ambassadors both in Helsinki and Stockholm participating in these debates, and both are very, very knowledgeable security experts, Sven Sakov and Margus Kolga. And when I asked, I moderated this debate, and then I asked, what could be the perspectives of Finland and Sweden turning toward NATO much more seriously? Both ambassadors said that not in foreseeable future. It took only, as you said, Jari, till 27th of February, and it was clear that the major shift is there, and first and foremost among people's minds that time has gone, and the NATO is the only option to really have additional guarantee for security. And today, at the end of this year, we are in a completely different situation, and that tells us and it gave us a very good example that don't think in a way that there is no possible change in terms of security arrangements or so. So this year has given a good lesson for us, for all of us to learn about, and that's what we should also keep in mind when we talk about Ukraine and Ukraine's future membership in NATO as well. But I come to that. As a historian, I feel that, and I know that what is coming, and that with your full membership in NATO, together with Sweden, creates a first time in history situation that in Northern Europe, Nordic Baltic area, is in the same sort of family, sharing the same security agreement and being in the same sort of framework, which is enormously important to create even more stronger stability and predictability in high north, in Northern Europe in general, and also to bring security debate into not only in the level of NATO and allies, but also into the Europe in general. I have witnessed also being 20 years in politics, how dramatic is a change among Swedish and Finnish colleagues when it comes to discussions about security and defense issues. There are no taboos anymore, and we are really focused on how to bolster not only our regional security, but also Euro-Atlantic, how to make stronger Euro-Atlantic, transatlantic cooperation, because we are all very much like-minded in a way that this is the only way how to make sure that whatever challenge we have from the East or Far East, Russia, China, name it, the only strong transatlantic cooperation and alliance will keep our values and our countries sort of safe. So this is why there are two major strategic sort of understanding to be underlined. One is that if we go back to year 2008, when Russia started its imperial wars, okay, as a journalist in 90s, I witnessed the very first major imperialistic war of Russia, which happened to be in Chechnya starting from 94, and that actually dramatically changed in many ways what happened later on within Russia, and also how they felt that there is impunity for them to do what they want. But in 2008, if we think back, what was the situation on the eastern flank in the Baltic nations, let's say, we were completely on our own. Being 4 years in NATO, we didn't have even defense plans from NATO, not to say presence of allied forces on our soil. It took another 6 years to make sure that we need additional presence of allied forces in the Baltic. So it's 2014, thanks to the United States and our allies, we got first companies on our soil. When it comes today, when the year 2022, the situation is completely different. We can feel much more safer knowing the future membership of Finland and Sweden will make a dramatic shift for better security arrangement in our region, but also the presence of allied forces. Very latest announcement of the U.S. administration, Pentagon, to supply the additional forces to the three Baltic nations, especially when it comes to Estonia, then we will have already these days actually will be deployed units, HIMARS units, and also the company of the U.S. Army on rotational presence in Estonia, which is extremely important, both diplomatically but also militarily, because it's not only declarative sort of presence, but it is very much in cooperation with our military command structure. They are part of our military, so it's all for that to build stronger deterrence by denial in our region, and the deterrent of defense, forward defense, as it was agreed upon in Madrid during Madrid summit. So I see very positive trends and decisions made within alliance, and that definitely constitutes what we need as small nations here on the Russian borders, that the allied sort of presence and also steps which are made, they are made in most serious way to deny any possible attack or plan of attacks against our nations. The second point I would like to make quickly is in order to really make sure that the challenge or existential threat which is coming from the east, from current Russian terroristic regime, won't succeed, and actually we could handle in longer term that to make sure that this existential threat fades away, we have to build much stronger proactive Russia strategy among allies. It's not only about NATO, but it's general Western allies must use this moment at what is going on right now already, at least since February 24th, but of course wars or imperialistic wars of Russia, they have been for years, we have seen them. So it's unfortunately today where we lack this sort of common understanding is among allies, is how to handle the Russia policy, or what kind of Russia policy we should have in coming weeks, months, and years. And that right now limits us at the moment that we are not all allies on the same page. It limits us to supply Ukraine with all necessary weaponry, which is needed for Ukraine to liberate their territories, including Crimea and Donbas. That limits much more bolder sanction policy against Russia, and that limits also leaders of bigger allies to recognize how important is rapid integration of Ukraine into Euro-Atlantic defense alliance, first and foremost to NATO. I argue that the NATO membership for Ukraine is both security guarantee for Ukraine, and it is also security guarantee for Russia in indirect way. The first and foremost, of course, if we would like to restore peace and stability in Europe for decades to come, then we have to make sure that not only Baltic Sea will be inner lake of NATO, but also Black Sea should be inner lake of NATO. Then it's simple way we have to just fulfill our promises what we gave in Bucharest in 2008, and to make sure that there are all preconditions to accept Ukraine and Georgia as full members of NATO. For that to happen, of course, first and foremost, Ukraine must win this war, must liberate the territories, and then first minute after this has happened, we have to actually use the same mechanism what we used, what has been used in terms of Finland and Sweden, to have a rapid process of accession of Ukraine to NATO. That will change geopolitical map of Europe. I'm not saying forever, but dramatically, and will help also to deter whatever possible threat it could come from the east. And last but not least, to achieve all of that and to increase also our own capabilities and to supply Ukraine necessary weaponry and ammunition, there should be political decision-making in place to really invest into defense industry, into defense of member states. Estonia is politically agreed upon that in coming years our defense expenditures will run at the level of 3% of GDP. I understand that a very similar way of thinking is in among our allies here in Lithuania and Latvia as well. But what is critical at the moment is that we have seen that these peace dividends, what we have taken out for so long time, has made our defense industries lagging behind, especially in Europe. That warehouses are becoming empty, and probably sometimes in the next year there might come critical moment. Can we supply ammunition and weaponry at the same level to keep up this intensity of a war what we see in Ukraine? But number one and last point I make is the question: we have to make sure as soon as possible achieve the full victory of Ukraine in this war, and not to be afraid. Like Pope John Paul II said in 1979 in Warsaw, the famous words, "Don't be afraid." This is exactly goes today, not to the people of this part of the world, but this is more like to the leaders of Western world. Don't be afraid, and don't be afraid that victory in Ukraine independence war will unleash World War III. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Marko Mikkelsen. And next speaker in this panel is Yevhen Perebinis. Sorry if I spelled your surname wrongly. Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, former Ukrainian ambassador in Sweden, Latvia, and Czech Republic. The floor is yours, and we would like to hear your thoughts about, of course, victory in Ukraine, but about your membership in NATO too. What you are planning, how you seeing this process, how it's going, what's your plans, etc., etc. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Dear friends, can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Good. I'm very grateful for the invitation to take part in this honorable event. As you may know, this morning Russia launched another massive missile attack on Ukraine. I just returned from a shelter, and I'm glad that I have this possibility to join you. According to preliminary information, more than 70 missiles were fired to Ukraine. Most of them were shot down by the Ukrainian Air Force, but we still have damage and destruction of critical infrastructure in many cities, including Kyiv. Currently, many cities are completely without electricity, without heating and water supply. We have serious problems with connection, so I apologize in advance if it will be problems with connection. All services are now working hard to eliminate the destruction. In any case, Russia will not be able to break us with such a terrorist actions. We will definitely win, but this once again confirms that Ukraine needs more defense equipment, more weapons, and more military equipment for the occupation of our territories, as much as possible and as soon as possible. But now to the topic of our panel. Starting from 2014, the Russian war in Ukraine drastically changed the geopolitical context and clearly exposed the problems of the NATO eastern flank. Before 2014, when Russia deliberately occupied the Ukrainian Crimea and part of the Donbas region, nobody seriously thought of the necessity of strengthening the NATO eastern flank. Today, nobody will argue that reinforcement of the NATO eastern flank is one of the crucial issues of the European security. I'd like to underline that much has been done since that time by the alliance. In particular, the allies deployed thousands of extra troops on its eastern flank. Over 40,000 troops are now under direct NATO command in the eastern part of the alliance, supported by hundreds of thousands more from national deployments. Nowadays, the 8 battle groups extend all along NATO's eastern flank from the Baltic Sea in the north of the Black Sea in the south. NATO also rapidly established 4 new multinational battle groups in Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania, and Slovakia, in addition to the existing battle groups in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland. But the real security and safety of the NATO's eastern borders can only be achieved with Ukraine as a full-fledged member of the alliance. I have no doubt about this. In September this year, a historic decision initiated by the Ukrainian leadership was taken to apply for NATO membership. The Ukrainian experience is unique, which means that our path to NATO is our own one. In particular, Ukraine no longer needs the membership action plan as an outlined way to integration into the alliance. Since 2009, Ukraine has been carrying out annual national programs, which in the essence are an analog of the map. What's more, Russia's war against Ukraine, which has been ongoing since 2014, has significantly increased the level of combat readiness and military capabilities of the Ukrainian armed forces, as well as their compliance with NATO standards. Today, we interact with the alliance and the individual allies on the regular basis in such key areas as military assistance, training of the Ukrainian militaries, exchange of restricted information. Ukraine de facto can be considered already now a full member of the alliance, because already today in the practical plane, it demonstrates interoperability with the forces of the alliance at the level that significantly exceeds the current military capabilities of a number of allies. The current Russian war has debunked many of the key arguments against Ukrainian membership, while highlighting the advantages of being a NATO member. Ukraine's accession would enhance NATO's military potency. Today, Ukraine has Europe's most battle-hardened army and knows how to defeat Russia on the battlefield. Ukraine has been receiving large quantities of NATO standard weapons and using them on the battlefields with high efficiency. Unlike many current allies, Ukraine more than meets the minimum NATO commitment of 2% GDP spending on defense. And let's be honest, in a normal, ideal situation, in a situation without any political influences, any defense organization should strive to get as its member such an army as the Ukrainian army is today. But let's also be frank, we all understand that the issue of Ukraine's membership in NATO today is more of a political issue than a technical one. Some countries are simply afraid of such a step because they are worried of Russia's response. Although I don't know what worse Russia can do besides what it has already done. But nevertheless, we are realistic and we are well aware that our accession can only happen once the war is over. Therefore, we are asking the allies to start discussing Ukraine's application for membership already now and take the next relevant steps. I'd like to reassure you that Ukraine is keen to continue strengthening cooperation with NATO. And the best solution for it is to regularly seek each and every choice how to broaden and deepen practical ways of further interaction in NATO-Ukraine format. So smoothly going to the point of the NATO eastern flank reinforcement, I'd like to refer to the President Zelensky's words addressing the heads of states and governments at NATO summit in Madrid. Among others, he called on the allies to work together for strengthening the eastern flank. In this regard, I echo our president's words and propose to think over the idea of creating in the eastern part of the alliance, for instance, in Poland, the NATO Hub East. At that, having taken as a pattern already successfully existing alike project NATO Hub South with headquarters in Naples. Practical implementation of it first would allow legally justified access to the hub activities for the NATO partner countries and in particular for Ukraine. Second, it would make NATO-Ukraine cooperation more tailored and mutually beneficial, in particular in terms of enhancement of the alliance's eastern flank by jointly protecting its borders from existing and newly challenging threats and effectively countering illegal migration, smuggling, drug and human trafficking. Of course, this is not an exhaustive list of options to be taken on board within this potentially promising project. But the one thing that we can say for sure is that it would create a win-win situation for both Ukraine and NATO for a far-reaching prospect. After all, against the backdrop of the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, we consider NATO eastern flank as the most essential element security of the whole Euro-Atlantic area. For us, it is of utmost importance to realize that today the NATO eastern flank plays a crucial role, namely in terms of the NATO's policy of defense and deterrence. And finally, the enhanced presence of the allied military forces in the Eastern Europe critically changes the philosophy and logics of existing and potential aggression of Russia, as well as its satellite Belarus. Thus, we need more NATO forces concentrated near alliances' eastern borders, as well as more large-scale exercises planned and held by NATO. And last but not least, another critically important issue for us, how to ensure effective security guarantees for Ukraine for the time until we become a full member of the alliance, is the Kyiv Security Compact. The Kyiv Security Compact and accelerated accession to NATO do not contradict each other, but reinforce each other and intervene. We need for a new format of security guarantees is stipulated by the fact that Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine has demonstrated the insufficiency of existing international formats and mechanisms which could not prevent a full-scale attack of currently do not allow to punish Russia for its aggression on a sovereign state. Ukraine is ready to discuss with partners the further modalities of the implementation of the Kyiv Security Compact proposals and asks to express a position in this context regarding both the proposals themselves and the format of the further relevant discussion. So I will stop now, and I thank you very much for the invitation, and I wish you fruitful results of your conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. good luck and be safe. The day is difficult in Kiev today. And the last but not least speaker, Laurynas Kasčiūnas, member of Lithuanian Parliament, chairman of Committee on National Security and Defense. Laurynas.
Thank you, Andrew. So thank you very much for having me here. Thank you, Žygis, for organizing. So glad to meet well-known people. EPP family. Always start to talk about. I'm starting to talk about Ukraine. I mean, but you covered all that kind of dilemmas. And I agree on everything what was said. And of course, if we talk about future of European security architecture, it's nowadays solving in Ukraine. And how we will solve it, it depends on Ukrainians' final result. If we will support them as much as possible and to win against Russia, at least in Ukraine, and reestablish borders according 1991. So it's a big victory, of course, and it will be transform European security, because I think what's happening in Ukraine is a question of re-imperialization versus decolonization. If Ukraine will be safe, will take back territorial integrity, and will be independent state, independent country, we can start to talk about de-imperialized Russian Federation, because imperialization is the biggest dilemma which is created in Russian. It's deep in Russian identity, it's deep in Russian security understanding, and so on and so on. And it will open the possibility of even Russian transformation, I would say. But at the same time, we should think about what's happening here in the NATO eastern flank. So I will more concentrate on that. Because as I used to say, Ukraine is also winning a time for us to be prepared. And we also should be in the process of preparing, and it will not be so easy. Because when I look at the sanctions, I mean, now, of course, we had discussions in the EU, but there are some already loopholes, there are some discussions between member states, maybe it's enough sanctions, maybe we should start to talk with Russia, and it's a challenge. It's a challenge, because I see sanctions as not like a leverage to stop the war, but it's a leverage to contain Russia for future operations and to weaken Russia structurally, even during the war in Ukraine. But the understanding and perceiving Russia in the future is a crucial moment. Will we see it as a weakened state, which is like already lost the power? And somebody from the West will say, look, let's not strengthen the eastern flank because it's enough. Russia is too weak. Let's go and talk with them. Or we should see in the future Russia as still a challenging threat, which can reestablish its power and can be back in the game and challenge also NATO countries. I think it's a fundamental question now how we will answer to it. And it will, answer to this question will depend the NATO summit decisions here in Vilnius, because we need forward defense idea in practice here. So I reject the ideas that Russia weakened so much, it will not be reestablished, its power architecture in our region. We just should meet Russia with a power here. Peace through strength. The concept raised by Ronald Reagan, I think, is very, very actual even nowadays. So what we should do, and what we already are doing, So of course, forward defense is already in the NATO agenda. Maybe not all of the countries understand the same how forward defense, but we are doing in the Baltics now. Of course, we are trying to raise the brigade here with our friends from Germany. The modalities between Estonia and United Kingdom, also Latvian case with Canada as a lead nation, to make as much as possible to make more NATO troops in the region. Because forward defense is the idea is to deter, but the idea is to be ready to fight on the line. Of course, it won't be enough because it's only one part of it. We should have regional plans. That's why what is crucial importance, but it's difficult sometimes to even to understand and to evaluate. It's NATO regional plans, which are now under preparation in the deep NATO formats. I mean, in military planning and so on and so on. Reinforcements as fast as possible. Reinforcements as fast as possible. Because, look, Kaliningrad region, yes, if you look at the ground forces, conventional forces, they lost a little bit its strength, but it can be reestablished in half of a year, easily. Belarus lost the sovereignty. It even can be called as a temporary occupied territory. Russia is just made Belarus its province. And for us, for all Baltics, okay, especially for Lithuania, Estonia, it's, of course, it's a Finnish effect, of course, it works in a positive way, makes us as a West Berlin in a Cold War time. I mean, a little bit captured, a little bit isolated, and that's why we need more troops here. So forward defense idea is very important for our region, and that's why we're working on that. That's why we're working on it, because this is so-called no notice or short notice scenario. Because if you wanted to attack Ukraine, you needed 90 days at least to mobilize troops. But Ukraine is a big country with tremendous strategic depth. We as a country don't have a depth, so we need to have as much as possible troops here on the front line. So of course, but we are not waiting only for NATO decisions. We're also making some moves here nationally. What we are doing now, the news from the United States is, as I signed the contract on HIMARS. Estonia also signed a contract of HIMARS. Latvia also signed a contract of HIMARS. So MLRS systems which can deter, which can fight deep in the territory of our enemy. So it's a big, another level of deterrence and defense. Purchasing artillery systems, Caesars, which is very mobile and very effective now also in Ukraine, makes our countries more stronger, our armies more strong and more ready to fight. And it also works as a deterrence factor. I think very sensitive question is air defense. We quite empty here. It's not any secret. Yes, we have NASAM systems, but it covers only Šiaurės region, where is air policing mission, and we would like to purchase the systems. But, for example, to defend Vilnius as a city, as a capital, we need at least 4 systems of Patriots, so long range. Price of one system starts from 1.52 billion euros. So if you want to live without, we can live without pensions of 1 or 2 years, so we can do it. But it's not so easy to do in these times. So you imagine what kind of costs. So we should do something together with the Baltics. And we advise to do the same with the together by our allies. So we should think about any future cooperation here. But at the same time, we need NATO solutions here in the region for the air defense. That's we talked it before the Madrid summit. There is a paragraph about it. So what kind of modality in practice? What we will have? Maybe air policing mission will be transformed into air defense mission. How it would look like? The jets with a naval mandate, more combat-ready jets, air-to-air, maybe so. This is one solution. Maybe deployment of some air defense long-range systems for rotating in our region. Maybe this kind of scenario. So we're not only thinking, we're now lobbying to have here it's on the ground. And of course, another, as I call, third pillar is engagement with the society. Total defense, okay, comprehensive defense approach, to have organized reserve, as Finland has, Madam Ambassador and Ambassador. We transform a rifleman union, which can also be part of defense plans, but also of civil defense, courses for resistance, ROC, resistance operational concept, and many other things which includes the society of like a model of total defense. We are making all the time, it's like a declaration of total defense, but to make it in practice. And we step by step are moving towards it here in Lithuania. I know a lot of good things what is done in Estonia. So, so 3 pillars. So it's collective defense, forward defense in the like a core, strengthening our military capabilities nationally, and engagement of a society for total defense and total defense concept. These three pillars could make us stronger, could deter Russia, and in the future, near future, I hope we will say what we are much more stronger, and we are ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurynas. And now we have time for questions. Do we have some questions? Yes, Yuri.
Put some comments, sorry, because I think the idea is to have a debate and discussion there. And maybe starting where we ended that, and these pillar structures that we have. As I said in the beginning, Finland has been confident that what we have built since the Second World War has been a solid foundation for our own defense, and will be taking care of our own defense also in the future, and we feel very capable of doing that. But we have in the additional support in this uncertain world now with the NATO membership. But also I think what was important, what you mentioned, that we need to be able to be active and innovative on our own sides. And we haven't touched too much about the role of the US, and I think it's good if we mention a few words about that. As we all know, we are so dependent on the US defense, and particularly in the Baltic countries, I do understand this, particularly the US presence and activity and permanent presence and increased presence is one of the key issues in all credibility questions in there. We can give certain assistance. As said, we are talking in the future Mare Nostrum. The Baltic Sea is our sea, and especially Finns and Estonians know that nothing will come out of St. Petersburg when we are together in the NATO. That's the fact. Also the fact that when Finland and Sweden are joining, you talk about the air defense. Our air forces, combined air force in the Baltic Sea areas, will be one of the strongest in the whole European area. So what we have in there. But the thing what I think is important, I was just recently in Berlin, and what you mentioned about the support for the NATO has declined in Germany. In the current crisis, think about it. We have a situation where the support for our common defense is declining in some of our member states. What are the reasons and for that, whether that is disinformation or the active Russian hybrid operations, what they are doing, whether it's something else. But I think this is exactly the issues that the element that we have to discuss on ourselves also is the trying to convince our citizens about the importance and also the crisis awareness what we are. And I think Baltic states have some examples on that, for example, sending the information citizens what it means. And Sweden sent a notebook to citizens telling what it means to be in a war, that what might happen to you. That I think the awareness raised into our citizens about what kind of dangers we have in not scaring the people, because that's a delicate balance, but telling the people what the realities we are and what we are facing in there, and telling them what the situation is. You know, the Finland, the willingness to defend our country today is 87%. Probably is highest in the whole Europe at the moment. And it comes from our DNA for the Second World War and for the Winter War, etc., etc. And this, as I said, the Ukraine war is to us as a repetition of the Winter War, what we felt, and all generations feel that. So I think this kind of, if you say this, winning hearts and minds of our citizens is part of the NATO processes in all our countries. And I don't think we've been too successful at the moment in there. And I think this is something that we can contribute together, and we should be contributing together there. Second thing is that with all respect, I think together we can be demonstration of active NATO member states who have an agenda, who have issues, but who also have solutions. I think the President Macron's comments about brain dead NATO has things of the past. But he had a certain point in there, not just the mission, but the fact that NATO has to be capable of transforming itself for the current challenges. And I think we can contribute together, raising this awareness and being able to contribute in there. And the third thing and last thing maybe there is question, of course, our common capabilities and what we have to do ourselves. The American presence is absolutely crucial, but we also have to be aware that changing political landscape in the US is always a possibility. US has been getting tired. It's not just the President Trump who said that, do we really have to pay everything ourselves? I think this can be reflected in also other areas there. So we have to be able to respond what the American demands and requests in that respect. So looking for this kind of balance, and as I said, the fact is, and I don't want to overestimate the Finnish and Swedish role in there, but together we're building different kind of NATO. Different kind of NATO which has such a clear task and such a clear presence and threat what we have around us. I think this is something that we should take as a guiding principles in there, whatever decisions we're planning to do together in the future, and trying to go forward with that element. And that comes, of course, to our bigger neighbors, particularly for us. We are looking to the direction of Poland, we look in the direction of Germany and their contribution, not just the USA in there. So I think these are the issues that we should also put together on the table, that what can we do, what can we share, and how do we prepare for the longer perspective of the NATO and the possible political changes that we might be facing in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jiri Vilen, and Marko Mikkelsen want to react.
I wanted to reply on what Jari said. It's absolutely paramount that how to keep unity among allies, and the strategic strength is to have, as democracies, to have a support of our people, what we do. And it's not given that in some of our allies, the people think the same way like we do here in the Baltics or in Northern Europe. And this is something what is in one of the priorities of Russian hybrid warfare against NATO alliance, because we all understand what is Russia's strategic goal is to demolish the alliance. And this is they have not taken any steps back from ultimatums they gave last December to all of us. So we have to understand that yes, we are not in kinetic contact and conflict with Russia, but definitely we are in diplomatic, economic, and also in terms of winning hearts and minds conflict with Russia, and we have to take it extremely seriously. Think about what happened just Germany. That hasn't highlighted that much, but the coup d'etat or attempt for that in Germany, probably with some links to not only to Germany but from the other capitals as well. So it's we have to be aware that game is not over, and we have to bolster this public support to NATO alliance through solid leadership. And the leadership comes also with a very clear vision about where we should go and how we should invest as we have talked here about. And last but not least, we have unique moment and we should not miss it, this moment. This is probably the first ever situation since 1917 when Russian terrorist state was established by Lenin and Stalin and Dzerzhinsky and others. This is first moment we really can make them accountable, bringing them to a strategic defeat with the help of Ukraine, but also investing ourselves into proactive strategy and forward defense here in our region.
Thank you. And now we have a question from Kristijonas Bartoševičius, member of Lithuanian Parliament.
Good afternoon. Dear colleagues, dear panelists, thank you. Thank you, Žygis, for a nice conference and very crucial topics in this conference. And, well, in this precise panel, we are talking about the eastern flank and the security and defense in the eastern flank. And if I would think a little bit backwards, when Lithuania joined NATO in 2004, we felt really safe. Wouldn't you agree to that? Partly or fully? Almost. But in 2007 or 2008, if I don't remember precisely, we stopped the general conscription to the Lithuanian army. And what happened that since then, situation changed dramatically, and we realized that we're not that safe as we thought being for past 10 years. So what is your opinion about the future? And I'm speaking about the successful future, about the joining the NATO by Sweden, by Finland and Ukraine. What do you think what will be then? Won't we feel very secured, and we will think that Russia won't be as powerful and we don't have to pay much of attention to there? Or or maybe the situation will be other and totally different, that we will really enforce the eastern flank and put a lot of attention to this area. What do you think what will be in the future? But maybe this question to all the panelists from their different perspective. Thank you.
Laurynas Kasčiūnas would like to react.
Just some reaction in 2004, maybe not fake, but like formal membership was. You know, you are members, but you don't have any from the deterrence architecture here and so on and so on. It was a little bit feeling because in 2004 a lot of countries and political elites thought that Russia is not, different. It was only 2-3 years when somebody looked at the eyes of Putin and saw some soul or something. You remember, it's cooperation on international terrorism, NATO concentrated on out-of-area operations, Article number 5 and collective defense idea was like peripherized a little bit, like pushed a little bit aside. So this was a epocha, and that's why we also made very mistakes in our defense planning, defense spending, everything. Of course, one wake-up call Georgia, but now it was like a little bit low, back very fast back to the business. Okay, Crimea changed and Donbass changed our understanding, but but not like fundamental. Still, we thought that if we will trade with Russia, we will not go over war. That's why Nord Stream. That's why don't give weapons to Ukraine, and it will because it will provoke Russia, it will deter Russia. All that stories are collapsed now. So, but about Russia future, if Ukraine will be in the NATO, so we're gonna talk about absolutely different Russia. Absolutely. What kind of Russia? So it's a big question. We have discussions now here, I think, in all countries. Can we see Russia as a democratic state? We all had history, legacy, authoritarian tradition, sociology, picture of a society. I know what in the West it's very, very correctly you should split the political regime and society. But it's not so easy. It's not so easy when you see how it's involved, how it's supported from the society to the war. It's not so easy to split. That's why, I'm not very optimistic on the democratic Russia prospects. I would say, let's go towards this. Okay, we will gonna support these ideas. But as you know, it's not so easy. But it's another discussion, another panel, another conference.
Thank you. And Marco would like to add something?
I'd like to also respond to this question. 100% agree with Laurynas on the question what can be heard right now. Some capitals in Europe as well, that you see that Russia is weakened and that they are not able to launch a major sort of attack or threaten alliances. So it's a very dangerous misperception could lead us to a catastrophe, because I don't see yet that Russia is weakened as much as we would like to see, or alliance would like to see, and even if they are going to be beaten and Ukraine will win in this war, they will, the society, I 100% agree with that as well, that Russian society in general is not going to transform anytime soon, at least during our lifetime, to full-fledged democracy. Even to imagine that they will have a kind of pluralistic system there anytime soon is very difficult to imagine. Most probably they will have long period of difficult transformation and we cannot predict into which direction, but definitely first and foremost question is part of de-imperialization is a question of de-KGBization. This is the number one problem with Russia. This is run by KGB. This is very deeply embedded system in Russian reality, and that's something what should be somehow broken, but broken first and foremost with the help of Ukraine in the war, victory in the war, and then with the hope that this will trigger some internal change situation in Russia. But having all of that, we know that on our eastern borders, for many years to come, will be instability. And for that, we have to bolster allied presence and our own efforts in terms of strengthening cooperation among our countries.
Thank you. Yuri Vilan.
I think it's really good that you raised the question of Russia, because I think it's impossible to discuss about the issues without also having at least some kind of ideas and thoughts with Russia. And one thing, of course, Russia will be there. And that's something which we all have to take into account. In the last 100 years' time, the Russian society has collapsed twice. And both has been, whether bloody or bloodier, changes in there. And who of us here would believe that when the Russia next time collapses, and it might be whatever form or race it is, that you would see the merge of the democratic, liberal, Western-oriented Russian government? I don't think none of us has any kind of aspiration, well, maybe aspiration, but not any kind of belief that that would happen. Germany was forced to look at the abuses after 1945 with unconditional surrender. If that would happen in Russia, that there's unconditional surrender, we might be able to force them to look in the back and history for that. But it's not very likely that we can see these things to happen. So it's very difficult to predict what happens in Russia. But what is sure is it is there, and we have to be prepared what kind of Russia there is. And for the last 100 years' time, Russia has always rebuilt itself. It has rebuilt its military capabilities, and it has restored its imperialistic ambitions that it has. And I think these are the more or less than facts and historical facts that we have to take into account. And that's actually, I think, what we can foresee also, that how long it takes for Russia to rebuild itself and what Russia we have for 20, 30 years next to us are the questions, which means that we also need to have a longer perspective in issue. That's whatever we do, that we have to prepare ourselves for not for just us, but for our children and our children's children, where we're standing in there. And therefore, I think it's important to keep in mind that the level of the threat or level of the security is changing due to the circumstances. And now Russia is, Ukrainians are fighting and dying for our liberty and our freedom and our security. It gives us the unique momentum to rebuild necessary defense for our interest, but also for the Ukrainian interest in the future. And we should not lose the momentum that what we have in there. As said, we don't feel threatened, and I think very honestly looking in the situation, our borders with Russia are more or less closed and empty. The military strength has been moved. It's in the Ukraine, and therefore we also have this momentum of whatever years. If you ask the soldiers, the time frame is between 5 to 20 years. It depends exactly how you calculate what might be coming in there. But that gives us the certain momentum. That I'm coming back again to what I started. That also means, when it comes to your questions, that we need to also build our societies for these kind of issues. Finland never relinquished the conscript army. Since the Second World War, we have always had the defense forces. I'm one of the 890,000 men in the Finnish reserve. 890,000 men are in reserve in Finland. 285,000 of them has been reserved for active combat duties. So that tells that. Yes, but it tells about that how long perspectives you need to have, because you can't. Sweden is now considering, of course, rebuilding, and they will make enormous efforts to do that. But it tells about the time frame what we have. And maybe just a small thought for your question, because I think it was intriguing. We are going in the election campaign in Finland, and sometimes election campaigns brings nice new ideas and thoughts. Yeah. Not always, but it can bring. And something which has come to our societies, and actually example came from France. The countries who doesn't have a conscription anymore, they have a part of the school curriculum the objective that you have to have 1 day or 1 week as a national defense thinking. It means that you go maybe the army to see and you tell the 15, 16 year students what the army does, what its purpose is. It's not just the army, what is the civil defense? What are the defense and security policy structures, what you have? As a part of the curriculum, you have this kind of collective defense ideas and thoughts. French are using it marvelously as of course, way of recruiting new soldiers because they need to have them in the future. But I think it has a much profound element. It concerns about what your rights, privileges, but also your obligations to your society. What can you contribute to society? So maybe this kind of curriculum-based civil defense thinking about responsibility on your society could be also some element as element that we are building the resilience and support for our defense.
I just wanted to add a really short remark on what Mr. Mikkelson said, that despite Russia is weaker state and it's weakening, it's still a country, a state which has a nuclear weapon with the most unpredictable person on the planet Earth. So we have to have all the time this being cautious and being aware of the situation, and sometimes do not be too much positive and have this, let's say, buffer area to think about Russia and even how it is changing and how it is changing publicly, but how it is changing inside the country and the mentality and etc. Thank you.
And if I may,
Laurinas.
short remark, what you said, very important thing. With a nuke in Russia idea, it also makes a big impact on Westerners' strategies. Because in 90, don't push too much because you don't know where it will go, non-proliferation and so on. Now, better to have near the table them to control, but not, not to push too much, not to contain too much, And it also makes the effect on the strategy of Russia, maybe, help Ukraine to fight, but not help to win to achieve a final goal. So this is also very, very important thinking, and not good factor in Western thinking. Thank you.
Thank you, and Vilja will
Thank
wrap
you.
up.
First of all, I want to thank all our panelists. It was very interesting and I think fruitful presentation. Ambassador, I never had doubts on Finnish defense system. Moreover, that you had such a Minister of Defense as Elisabeth Rehn. I met her during some international events and understood, being not a specialist of defense at all, that planes and other vehicles she bought was very much comparable with the NATO planes and everything. So you were preparing for this membership perhaps for years. Moreover, that Elisabeth Rehn had some Swedish connection as well. And so thank you. Each Lithuanian knows about winter war, and you are the best example how to resist. And thank you, Marko, for reminding of 1994, when we are witnessing now that mass graves have been recovered, yes, in Ukraine, maybe partly because mass graves in Chechnya in 1994 and later were not being taken into account, and everybody in the West were considering this is an internal matter of Russia, but it was not. It was first imperialistic war of Russia and mass graves, mass killings in Chechnya. It opened the way for Russia to go further. But what was very important and underlined by Mr. Jari Viljan, public opinion, importance of public opinion within our societies. I will be not politically correct, but I will say that we need to have some deeper insight, not only into Russians' DNA and mentality, but into our European as well. What does it mean that witnessing such cruelties in Ukraine, German public opinion is going down regarding the NATO? I mean, it's very much connected to the DNA. They have had for centuries some practices how to deal with the Russian Empire. And perhaps many people in the West do not believe that Ukraine is a nation, that Ukrainians are the nation. Very often I'm explaining, guys, don't forget, what is Ukraine? What is the past and history of this nation? I'm sorry, but they were very essential part of the Great Duchy of Lithuania. I'm sorry, but they used to live not under some Mongolian, I'm sorry, I'm not against the Mongolia, some Moscovia's rules. They lived under Lithuanian statutes. They were part of the Commonwealth under the Polish crown. What does it mean? They always had some understanding of private property. And it makes them completely different, disregard of the fact that many of them speak Russian, even in the families. But they are completely different, and everybody can see it. And what I want to say with it, perhaps we should pay our attention not only in what Russian propaganda is doing through, but what Russian influence channels are in the West. A lot of them. I will not continue because people say that Russians do not transmit money through banks, but they are using simply cars and so on, and they are moving the money westwards and so on. But that's true. Guys, that's true. I'm not politically correct, but that's true. And there are a lot of channels of influence, and we should work with our public opinion, not only through TV channels, but using this deeper insight and trying to understand this, heritage of the past. In each of our society, we have our own. I don't want to say that Lithuanians, Latvians, and Estonians are perfect people. Of course, we are not bad. But if we speak about some our more Western neighbors, they still do not want to believe that our right to be equal, free, to have our states, not to live under Russia's dictatorship, is the same as theirs. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm too pessimistic, but the war in Ukraine and the reaction has opened this weakness of Western thinking about nations living to the east from Vienna. We in the OEC always were using this slogan: west to the west from Vienna and to the east from Vienna. For not I don't want to be biased, and I'll tell you that. The comments of Hungarian leadership about national minority of Hungarian national minority in Ukraine is of the same sort as Russia, and I'm very sorry that it sometimes happens. So public opinion.
Thank you, Vilja.
Yeah, you understand.
Yes,
Sorry
we
for this
understood.
very long comment.
Yes, thank you all. Now we will have lunch. Edvardas, who is sitting there, will lead you to the lunch place. The parliament is like a labyrinth, so follow Edvardas, and thank you all. And the third panel will be sooner, 2:30. We have 1 hour, and then we will start the third panel.
Andriau, tu dar čia Frankfurte?
Taip, aš bandau keliauti.
Žiauru, įkaitai.
Europa nepaleidžia.
Andriau, šypsenos daugiau, nes prieš tai atrodė labai taip truputį gąsdinančiai.
Tai turiu eiti čia šnapso susirasti.
Tuoj mes, Andriau, už 5 minučių pradėsim, bet baigiam visus.
Viskas tvarkoja. Gerai, gerai.
Gerai.
Well, welcome back, everyone. We hope you had a nice lunch and are very excited to enter into the third session this afternoon, strengthening our alliances, a continued fight for democracy in the region and beyond. My name is Mark Dietzen. I'm here representing IRI, and I'm pleased to moderate a very distinguished group of speakers. Let me just briefly introduce those online and to my right. First, we have Jonas Hervija, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania. Very happy to have you here. We have Andrius Kubilius joining us online, Member of European Parliament and former Prime Minister of Lithuania. Very pleased to have you with us. We also will have a bit later Hanna Hopko, Chairwoman of the Democracy in Action Conference, former member of Ukrainian Parliament and also former chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee. She'll be joining a little bit later. We also have Martins Vargulis, the Deputy Director of the Latvian Institute of Foreign Affairs, to my right. Very nice to have you here. And finally, we'll have Franek Viachorka, Senior Advisor to Svetlana Tikhanovskaya and Head of the Foreign Policy Department of her office. He's running a little bit late, unfortunately, but he will be joining us as well. So an outstanding group of panelists and a very important topic. If I just may briefly begin with a short story, when I was thinking about the importance of alliances, I couldn't help but think of my great uncle. For those of you who've been to my office, the picture that hangs above my desk is of my great uncle, Anton Dietzen. He volunteered to fight in World War II at the age of 37. He fought in the 2nd Armor Battalion. If you saw the movie Fury, that was his unit. And he fought to help liberate Europe. He was killed near Aachen, and he's buried in Margraten, Netherlands. And I went with my mom and dad a few months ago to visit the cemetery. A Dutch family looks after all 8,500 plus gravestones at the cemetery, and the same family has looked after my great uncle's headstone since 2007. That to me says that the alliance is strong. And I think that the response to the invasion of Ukraine by Russia also shows that our alliance is strong. But we have to keep it strong, and we have to make it even stronger. And I think that is what our distinguished panelists today will help us to understand how to do. So without further ado, I'd like to first start with Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, Jonas Hervija. Maybe you could kind of discuss Lithuania's role in helping to keep the alliance strong and the importance of building further on this alliance, especially as NATO welcomes new members, Finland and Sweden. Let me hand you the floor, Jonas.
Thank you very much, Mark. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here. Didn't know that about your family story. I see that you continue good tradition of your family, working to secure free and independent Europe. So thank you for your job and for keeping this family tradition. And as I understand, we are here also a kind of a broader political family, and a very important occasion, new party think tank, Institute of European Right, is being established and is organizing this event. I think very symbolically, we live in times when we need tanks and think tanks in Europe. So this is really good coincidence, I think. And again, in this regard, Europe should learn more from the United States, both on military terms, on tanks and technologies, but also on very vibrant think tank communities. So pleasure to be here. Well, for us to discuss Lithuanian role, it's possible, but I see currently in this juncture our role as to help hear Ukrainian voice louder, for first and foremost. I personally have been just already 4 times in Ukraine during the war times, and the last time I've been there almost 3 weeks ago in Kiev with our Prime Minister's delegation. First impression when we arrived after those brutal Russian campaign of bombing energy infrastructure of Ukraine, in a very dark train station, dark, few millions people city, Kiev. Initially, it me reminded, Batman movie and Gotham City. Very, very, very hard first impression. However, when you speak with Ukrainians, we had meetings with officials, with energy officials, then you see different picture. You see light and good spirit in their eyes, good bravery. So it changes completely the optics. You see the determination, the spirit, the knowledge, how to prepare for the further attacks, plan B, plan C. So I won't maybe elaborate and share what great Ukrainians tell us as we are, speaking openly. But it seems that there is a very strong political will and morale, and this outside gloomy, dark picture doesn't correspond the sense and the feeling that people and decision makers feel. So I think that Ukraine now needs more generators, electricity generators, but we in Western world, we also need generators, but of political will. Political will generators in our part of globe and continent. And I think we see our role, not only our as a country, but as a bloc usually, working together with our Baltic partners, Poland, Nordic colleagues. I see great friend of Lithuania, ambassador from Finland. So this is our probably common effort, and we will continue doing this. Very recently, just yesterday, European Union adopted 9th sanctions package. So it's better something than nothing. It's step forward, and we welcome this package. We were urging to adopt it, to prepare and implement, right after the 8th package was adopted. And also, when we had discussion on oil price cap, one of the conditions for us to agree, and we pushed lower together with our Baltic and Polish colleagues by $5 down. We also, one of the conditions, one of the suggestion was that we should immediately start talks on the 9th sanctions package. So it's good that it is adopted. However, we saw that a lot of energy still goes on discussing, thinking, not only sanctions, but derogations. Of course, derogations regarding food security problems, food producers, somewhere around then the fertilizer producers appear. So this is a debate that we should also be active, because there might be dangers that not only good people and those who are really in needs of food and vulnerable nations and states, but also those who are near the Putin and in his nearest circle can also use this opportunity and this problem that global South faces to try to push their interests. So this is maybe immediate issue, immediate problem that we were, fighting during these last 2 days. But we see that this is the problem and the narrative that Russia will be trying to push in the nearest term. And this is very important, and what I'm talking about, this is very directly related with the topic that Mark presented on our panel, how to strengthen the alliances. So basically there are three ways to strengthen alliance. One is inside the alliance to understand that and have the same threat assessment. So especially when we talk about NATO, so we share the same threat assessment. In Madrid, finally, Russia was acknowledged as a threat, strategic threat to alliance. That's a very good step forward on a political assessment level. Second thing, how to strengthen alliance is to show that, and when I talk about this time in alliance, I see it broadly, both not only NATO, EU, but Western democratic world, like G7, where Japan is included and is also joining the sanctions and helping Ukraine, or Australia, who sent Bushmaster armored personal vehicle to Ukraine. So in order to strengthen the alliance, I think we need also victories. And therefore, I really enjoyed when I got the invitation to this conference that the conference aims and targets and thinks about the victory of Ukraine. However, latest interviews of Mr. Zaluzhny, Alexei Reznikov, also President Zelensky to The Economist, show and warn us that the road is still long and might be at least bumpy. Therefore, the need, and if not everybody has had an opportunity to read this article and interviews, it warns about the risk that Russians are accumulating additional strong forces that are not necessarily employed in current battles, but they might be contemplating the idea to even attack, again, a return on attack on Kiev later next year. Therefore, I think we should double up or triple up our efforts, both on political, military, economic support. We feel that sometimes, there are some signs in general, of war fatigue, but I think we, as I said, we should learn from Ukrainians how to generate this political will and this strategic determination. So maybe I'll stop there because it's nothing new. Probably could be said on what should be done. It's more sanctions, sanctions, sanctions. Let's start thinking about 10th sanctions package, not 10th derogation package. I hope it won't be framed like that when we and our leaders would return in some time next year to discuss further sanctions, because the news about the atrocities that are popping up, even though we already thought that probably all the borders Russia fundamentally violated, legal borders, moral borders, by basically not only destroying lives, but committing genocide like act and crimes in Ukraine. Latest news about the prison of torturing of kids and children in Kherson. It really goes out of any imagination and human perception. Therefore, it can be stopped only by force, and it should be stopped in all realms and in all battlefields: military battlefield, political battlefield, diplomatic battlefield, economic, information, cyber. We should keep fighting and help Ukrainians to fight on all fronts. So more sanctions, more guns to Ukraine, heavy weaponry. The news so far in the media, Western media, about the discussion on Patriot system are very welcome. It should be, if our partners would be ready to support and send long-range air defense systems, we would only welcome this move. Because, like we also discussed with Ukrainians, we will be keeping and helping them to supporting them in restoration of the country. But if Russia had, meantime, the ability to destroy and destroy and destroy again. So this will be a work of Sisyphus. Therefore, we should, first help Ukrainians safeguard their skies, help with their artillery and tanks to push the Russians out of their land. And third, expand this alliance that we are currently, we're discussing. Not only to preach the believers, even though it is also important that the camp wouldn't, diminish our camp. That's a condition sine qua non. But we should also think about, further regions. I've mentioned about this Russian narrative of food problems and food crisis. I think Ukrainians did a great initiative, both diplomatic and political, organizing Grain from Ukraine summit and proving that the country that is currently under siege, brutally attacked, has economic problems, still can contribute together with Western donors' help and send the grains from Ukraine to those who really need, to African countries, Latin America, Middle East. So I think that initiative of Mr. Zelensky was really good. It also showed that you can do it without Russians. You don't need Russians on the table and having them in the format to help to solve global food crisis, that they are the main initiators and main cause. So thank you again for this conference and hope to participate in further discussions.
Great. Jonas, thank you very much for a great start to our discussion, helping Ukraine to protect its skies, continuing to do what we're doing and doing even more, and expanding the alliance and looking for other opportunities diplomatically. So thank you for a great start. Let me now hand the microphone to former Prime Minister and current member of the European Parliament, Andrius Kubilius. Sir, you have been helping to build and maintain alliances for decades. How do things look from your perspective? Let me hand you the microphone.
Well, thanks a lot. First of all, best greetings from Frankfurt Airport, where I am, it looks like, arrested for quite a period of time. So no possibilities to implement the plans which I had to join the conference, with my personal presence, and Vilnius is not so easy to be reached during those days. But really, very, very good conference. And first of all, I, would like to congratulate everybody who is here, since I see, as we are calling, usual suspects, and that is where we can speak in a very open way what we are doing and what is needed to be done. And definitely, it's I agree with what Jonas Survila have said. I think that what is needed now is really from one side guns, from another side political guns, and much more effective and much more powerful. And that is what we are trying to do in the European Parliament. Pushing different statements, resolutions, some, new regulations. If you remember, quite recently we passed a resolution on calling Russia as the state which is sponsoring terrorism and which is using means of terrorism, which opens, if Commission and Council will do their job, it opens the doors for confiscation of Russian central bank assets, as it is done by United States of America with similar regulation. Then, during last session this week, we passed a declaration on recognition of Holodomor's genocide, which puts very clearly that this is a bad, I would call, tradition of Russian Empire to try with a genocide, to destroy the whole Ukrainian nation. which, the beginning was Holodomor, with more than 5 million people killed in today's Ukraine and also in Kuban, where majority of the people were Ukrainians before that. Then deportation of Tatars, from Crimea, 200,000. Then deportations of Ukrainians to gulags, more than 600,000, if I remember, and also, brutal killing of military resistance, more than 150,000, and now this war is continuation of the same Russian imperial practice, really to destroy Ukrainian nation, and that is that tragic reality, which is totally different from what Putin is trying to tell in his stories about brotherly Ukrainian nation, which is unfortunately for time being, as Putin is saying, led by by nationalist or government or something like that, or Nazi government. So that is what we did, and now we're planning in January to have another resolution, broad and explicit resolution on creation of special ad hoc tribunal to investigate crime of war aggression, which is, as everybody knows, this is a leadership crime, and it means that it would be tribunal for Putin. ICC is doing its own job. They're investigating and they're collecting forensic evidence from Bucha, from Irpin, from other places of those terrible atrocities. But they do not have a mandate to investigate crime of war aggression. That is why we need to establish such a special tribunal. There is good progress. Of course, not everybody is still very effectively supporting among EU member states, but at least the recent statements by Ursula von der Leyen were really good. And that's what we expect, that it could be next big step, and I would call it even next big sanction. So that is what it's our nearest plans. Now, big political guns could be also during the next year to start negotiations, real negotiations for EU membership for Ukraine, together with Moldova, to be started somewhere in the middle of the year. For that, there is a need of special council decision and commission proper activities. Unfortunately, not everything is good with commissioners, but we are making again big pressure. It's the same, I would say. Here could be, our own homework to do, since we shall have, in Lithuania, NATO summit. I think that some clear vision and clear statements, on Ukrainian membership in NATO, maybe not now, maybe just after the war, but it could be made, because that would have very big significance, not only for Ukraine, but also for the whole Western world, and also, I would say, for Russia itself. So that's, what we need to have in mind. So, and that, should be our joint political agenda of this, alliance that we are talking about. That is why we created some kind of special network, special alliance of parliamentarian network united for Ukraine. Now more than 400 members of different countries, more than 40 countries, 200 think tankers. And we're doing, quite an important job. I am happy to see usual suspects, Hanna Hopko, which is in our steering committee of that network, and also Žygis Pavilionis, who is one of the most active members of our network. So really, we can do a lot. We can do a lot, but we need to have a common agenda and common vision. What with our what I call political guns we can achieve, and really to do even much more than we did till now. And that is where we need the lessons, how those alliances, very important and still can be important. Because when I am looking back to our own experience, how the Baltic states, Central Europe, and especially Baltic states, how we became members of EU, members of NATO, but successful members, that was achieved really because we had a very strong alliance of our friends. United States, Great Britain, Nordic countries did amazing job. And always when I'm looking now into our responsibilities towards Ukraine, towards democratic Belarus, or democratic Russia perspective, I remember what our friends at that time were doing, and I'm trying to, in some way, get inspiration from that experience. Now on the future major developments, if to look into, since this title is, we were talking about democracy, really I see quite big possibilities to see the major developments in spread of democracy in our region. Of course, that will depend absolutely on Ukrainian victory, which I believe will be achieved with Western assistance. That assistance needs to be much stronger. More guns are needed, more finances are needed, but I do not see any other, option, and I think that this is really historically unavoidable. First of all, imperial Russia defeat, and Ukraine will win, and that will bring a lot of change, into the whole region. And first of all, I hope that pro-democratic changes and democratic changes will come into neighboring Belarus. That is what I could expect, and I would not, throw away the hope that also in some way changes in Russia can be going into that direction, which would bring Russia also closer to democracy. That the changes after Ukrainian victory will come to Russia, I am absolutely sure. The question is into which direction. Of course, Russian development towards democracy is one of options. Much more, very bad and negative options for Russia. But democratic development is possible. We should not deny Russian people such a possibility. But also we need to work on that possibility very intensively on our side also. Because democracy in Russia is really should bring a lot of security, positive changes in our security. And second, why we need to talk about that, because another possibility which Putin is trying to threaten the West, that the changes in Russia can be that Russia can go into chaos with all its nuclear and chemical arsenals. It makes some capitals in the West in some way nervous and afraid of such a scenario. So because definitely there can be whatever dramatic developments in collapsing Russia, and that is why some Western capitals perhaps while they are not convinced that positive scenarios of Russian development are prevailing, they are afraid to give such a support for Ukraine, which would really allow to achieve the total defeat of Russian Empire, because Western capitals, some Western capitals at least, are not sure about what will be the consequences of such a defeat. So that's why we need to speak about possibility of Russian changes, and that is where I am coming always with my one of academic books, very much beloved by me, and still I am here in Frankfurt airport. I'm reading that book maybe the third time, just getting some inspiration from that book about how democracy can develop, in the future in our region. And that is a famous Samuel Huntington third wave, where he's explaining how during the 20th century, 3 waves of democratization were going on in the world. Then, in some way, those democratization waves were retracting. But if we have 3 waves, I am expecting that the wave number four also will come, and that can come during this decade. That is why sometimes I am politically declaring that our generation, which have seen how Berlin Wall collapsed, we can see also how Kremlin walls will start to collapse, but not of those architectural monuments, but the walls of autocracy, the walls of kleptocracy, the walls of terrorist state. That can happen, and that is what we need strategically to work on that, again with guns and political guns. Thanks a lot.
Mr. Kubilius, thank you very much for your remarks. We heard your call for continuing to commit to robust action, but doing even more. And at this juncture, let's continue the discussion virtually with Ms. Hupko. Are you on, Ms. Hupko?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We don't see your video yet, but we will work on that. But in the meantime, let me give you the floor. You're calling from Ukraine, from the front lines, and I'm sure that the topic of what to do next is often on your mind. So when it comes to maintaining and strengthening the alliance, what are your views from Ukraine?
So thanks a lot for inviting me. It seems like video works, and now I hope you can see me.
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. First, let me start from public appreciation of the help we already received. And it's really important that Lithuania, because for many years and during my previous service as the head of the Foreign Affairs Committee, we used to work with Žygimantas Paviljonis, Andrius Kubilius, traveling to different capitals, 2017, 2018, with the big idea Marshall Plan for Ukraine. At that time, we couldn't even imagine that in 2022, when Russia started its full-scale escalation, actually committing a genocide against Ukraine. And now we will be talking about a real plan for Ukraine's recovery after victory. So your discussion is geopolitical situation in Eastern flank after Ukraine victory. There will be many opportunities for our neighbors like Moldova, Georgia, Belarus after Ukraine defeating Russia. And we will be obliged to talk about withdrawal of Russian troops from Belarus, withdrawal of Russian military contingent from Transnistria and the occupied territories of Georgia. And also this would be important after victory also to talk about liquidation of the naval presence in the Azov Black Sea basin, also demilitarization of the Kaliningrad region of the Russian Federation, and issues like elimination of tactical nuclear weapons and many other important issues like de-weaponization of information resources, de-weaponization of energy, and many other things. And actually, this would be important that Ukraine's victory is geopolitically, strategically important, not just for a European continent, but also for the whole world, and especially for countries in Indo-Pacific region. I just came in October from Taiwan, and we had several discussions, and it's really very clear why Ukraine winning faster. It's also crucially important for prevention and new destabilizing acts or act of aggression from authoritarian regimes. But now sitting in Kyiv and almost a half a day today spent in the bomb shelter, yesterday almost 1 day spent in the hospital taking care about one very sick friend. And so I could say that really Russian strategy to freeze everyone in Ukraine through executing this Holodomor by Holodomor cold and Holodomor like exhausting people by freezing them through destroying critical infrastructure. heating system. It's happening, and you know the situation that in revenge for Russian military losses in the ground, Russia continues terrorizing Ukrainian civilians. After 2 months of missile attacks, near 50% of Ukraine's energy system, hydroelectric power plant, as well as higher voltage network has been damaged. So actually, we, in order to stop Russian missile terror, we need additional system to strengthen Ukraine's air defense. And it's still unclear why Ukraine is still deprived of opportunity to quickly obtain a sufficient number of anti-aircraft weapons. Because I visited Washington, D.C. for last 10 months 3 times. And in June, during all my meetings at National Security Council, State Department, Congress, I disseminated policy papers with military scenarios about, warning about this Holodomor scenario. Because after destroying critical energy infrastructure, we can predict that Russians with China and Iran, this is how the Mafia Club united efforts against democratic Ukraine and democracy in general. So they will destroy the state resource of food, of agriculture products, grain, continue creating the global threat of hunger. So, because now for them it's important during the winter, but in spring, they will deliberately attacking state reserve of foods, not allowing Ukraine to sell, like what happened with this grain initiative, but still, this is just temporary decision. It's not about freedom of navigation in the Black Sea area. And Ukraine and Europe as a whole need non-standard action by the US and Great Britain. A clear focus on preventive action is required. This is what American General Ben Hodges said, that in case of the use of tactical nuclear weapons, the United States can respond with non-nuclear strikes, destroying, for example, the Black Sea fleet. And also, Ukraine needs preventive action of the US Sixth Fleet in the Mediterranean Sea to defeat the ships of Russian Black Sea Fleet. And it's really important to talk after 10 months of direct Russian invasion, a genocide. Ukraine still remains outside the borders of any NATO security umbrella or the nuclear umbrella of the US and the Great Britain. So how I could say during the Halifax Security Conference, when there were some questions on peace negotiations and others, I was insisting on giving Ukraine more weapons, because democracy without weapons is blah, blah, blah. It's just producing statements. And actually, I don't understand why it's hard for Ukraine to convince the US and Germany to provide Ukraine modern tanks or even armored vehicles, Marders. It's 10 months of genocide. Why? I just spent 2 weeks ago, 2 days at the Munich Security Conference retreat, talking to higher level people from Germany, US, Canada. And I don't understand this ping pong that Germans saying that Americans are not green lighting, Americans are saying, no, this is the sovereign decision of Germany. For us, Ukraine, the victory we are all dreaming about will be very painful, heartbreaking, because Ukraine is bleeding every day of the delay of weapons, even with the armored vehicles. My best friend, Andriana Susak, together with her husband, they liberated Kherson, but she was heavily wounded 3 weeks ago because of lack of armored vehicles. So it's unclear why our advocacy campaign within 10 months of genocide hasn't resulted in more armored vehicles to save the best people of my country, which will be building Ukraine after victory. It seems like we don't have a real strategy of Ukraine winning the war faster, quicker. And also there is a difference in understanding what victory means. We in Ukraine, we have vision for victory. Victory as a Russian defeat and also also victory as a successful Ukraine, modernized with innovations like startup nation, because what our armed forces are doing now with Delta system, it's amazing. Even people in NATO, they are really surprised by how Ukrainians are smart with limited resources, doing miracles with IT and digital system. But I don't want we repeat the failure with Afghanistan when during the Soviet Union time and after, because when Ukraine defeat Russia, but we will be in the condition when half country destroyed, millions left, millions with very big trauma and kids and other. This will not be the victory we deserve. So this is why I'm begging and praying, help us to win faster. Because in this war management, the scale of weapons are not enough for us to progress. I will not focus on the interview of General Zaluzhny, whom I trust, but actually he's in very polite way saying a message, because everyone seems like now relaxing, thinking that Ukraine is winning the war, but the victory hasn't arrived yet. So we are too optimistic already, and the price for retaking our territories, and almost half of seized territories after February 24 is being released, but it's not enough to see that next year, for example, Crimea is an achievable goal. So this is why weapons first. And I also hearing some information that now the Western community is thinking how to deter China, because China seems bigger threat than Russia is. So I would recommend first help Ukraine to defeat Russia, and then, because defeating Russia means weakening China, this is the best deterrence strategy. And of course, it's great that European Parliament on 90 anniversary of Holodomor genocide finally recognized as a genocide, when another genocide happening against Ukrainian nation. I think the success of the West would have been happened if we prevent the genocide. And this 9 or 10 or 15th package of sanctions would be really effective if we adopt them before as a clear signal to Russia not to start this war. So now, of course, we are very, disappointed that the West couldn't prevent this war. After 8 years of peaceful settlement, appeasing the aggressor and helping to grow Russian economy stronger. So I think now the West should finally think very seriously how to help Ukraine to win faster and to make a successful model, not delaying with weapons, and actually not reaching the moment when this victory will be like Ukraine bleeding with the best of my nation. So I might stop here, because for us, you discussed already 9 package of the EU, but there is no sanctions against Rosatom. There is no Kirill, Mr. Gundyaev, KGB included. There are like lack of many sanctions. And it seems like if Russia, after attacking Ukraine, we see more sanctions, which is not fair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Hopko. Thank you very much for your remarks. A lot of important messages for us to hear, and 2 things in particular, which I think are a good segue. Now, you called for the need for assessing the strategy for helping Ukraine to win and win faster, and also the need to assess the vision of what victory looks like. So at this juncture, let me pass to Martin Zvargulis to ask him to elaborate on his thoughts on how we can do just that. Martins?
Well, thank you very much, and first of all, thank you for the invitation. I already enjoyed the discussions. I think it's always important to compare the notes. So although all of us are on the same page, but I think that comparing the notes, especially when it comes to what exactly we can do, and more importantly, what are our failures and what are our lessons learned when it comes to our own national, well, deterrence and defense posture, as well as providing assistance to Ukraine. Adding to your saying, we need more tanks, think tanks, and I would argue we need more balls in the European capitals, right? Because now it's very famous to say that we told you so. We were right. Of course, we were failing in providing probably the arguments, or we were not loud enough when we were speaking with our Western European allies or US or Canada. But definitely Baltic states fully understanding what is going on in Ukraine, and Ukraine is fighting over war. And I think that clear illustration of that is that we are among top 5 when it comes to providing financial and military aid to Ukraine in the whole world. I mean, that is also important to understand. Definitely, that is also the perception in Latvian society, and there have been a lot of also homeworks already and positions and policies at governmental level that I will touch upon a bit later. Let me respond immediately to some of the ideas that were expressed today around this table. One is what kind of policy we need to conduct when it comes to the Russia. We were speaking about Reagan policy. There are still someone that believes that there is room for Wilsonism, idealism. I would argue that we are in the world where realism and realpolitik is back in the game. And I would say that we need just to implement the old known containment policy. And that includes also your idea regarding Brzezinski's perception that including or without the Ukraine, Russia cannot be the imperialistic state or ensure that the imperialistic status that definitely Vladimir Putin and his colleagues would like to see. And containment policy, meaning we are providing assistance to our close neighbors, like-minded partners. And in this regard, I would argue that this is also the first lessons learned from my perspective. We have to admit that there have been kind of failures, and especially when it comes to the Eastern European Union, Eastern Partnership. I believe that one of the main mistake was that we didn't have kind of a grand strategy behind it. What is particular approach to each of the country? What is the end state? We were providing sticks and carrots differently to each of the Eastern Partnership partners, so on and so forth. And this was one of the mistakes that we have to take into account after the Ukraine's victory. And I'm not doubting that it will happen, hopefully sooner than later. So. What it takes to have to continue the fight for democracy. One is that I said we have to admit what we have failed or in which areas we have failed. Second, coming back also to your point, is Vladimir Putin is respecting strength and power. That's his perception. If you will provide any kind of weakness, he will exploit that. Well, we can discuss whether he is or not, but he is a fan of judo, right? Mixed martial, not the mixed martial, but martial art. And the idea of judo is to use the opponent's weakness as your strength, right? If you will show any kind of weakness, he will definitely exploit that. And coming back to the Baltic region, and particularly Baltic states, NATO summit in Madrid was important. I would argue some historical decisions were made, including transformation from battalion level to brigade level, but it's definitely not done deal. I remember myself, I was diplomat in NATO, 3 years working at Defense Policy and Planning Committee, and we were dealing with Baltic plans, GRP, so-called graduate response plans. And I remembered, well, on my right was my Italian colleague, and this is Chatham House Rules discussion. I remember it was very difficult. And he honestly responded, well, but you have already EFP forces.
We're online.
We are online?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's good to know, but well, this is definitely the position that was also taken by some of the Italian ministers, saying that we are providing you forces, and it has been perceived as a done deal in the Baltic states. So, and this is not perception of, I mean, from Lithuania, from Latvia, and from Estonia. So, coming to the decision to transform battalion level to brigade level, I think it's a step into right direction. But again, it's not a done deal with that as well. Since 2014, all the response has been land-based, right? We are still having huge vulnerabilities when it comes to air and naval dimensions. And let's be honest, while still Finland and Sweden is not part of NATO, Russia has superiority in dimensions of naval and air, right? I'm glad that there is temptation and signed already the MOU between Latvia and Estonia when it comes to air defense, procurement of air defense system, but taking into account our budgets, well, we cannot afford to have proper air defense system in the Baltic region without allied support. Therefore, reinforcement and presence of allied forces in all three dimensions is crucial to deter Vladimir Putin and Russia. The third one that was already mentioned by our Ukrainian colleague regarding Marshall Plan. I think that Marshall Plan version 2 is needed, and we need to discuss already. And I think that here, actually, the initiative, 3Cs initiative, recently established, I think is a good format to discuss that, because the member states of 3Cs initiative, 12 member states, I think, will be the ones who fully understand what Ukraine is going through, contributes, provides financial military aid to Ukraine, and definitely would be interested in having good also economic relationship with Ukraine. During the Riga summit, 3Cs initiative that was taking place this June, some discussions was already on the table, but I think that we can and we need to move forward with that. When it comes to the victory, and I heard already some points that I would like to respond to. First of all, I think that there is no room for any kind of frozen or whatever conflict. I mean, that would be definitely the invitation for Vladimir Putin to continue. And, well, I have admitted that I think that we have 2 to 3 years period to have a credible deterrence and defense posture in Baltic states. And if he will be successful, and I'm not saying that he will, if he will be successful in Ukraine, then I think that he will try at least to test the solidarity of NATO. And unfortunately, the best test case is within the Baltic region. So no frozen conflict. We have to come to the table from the perspective of strengths. And we need, of course, as a frontline state, as a small state, Latvia, as well as I suppose Lithuania and Estonia would be interested in having rules-based order, right? But coming to this table, to this negotiation table, be it Vladimir Putin or whatever, we have to come from the perspective of strengths, and therefore fully subscribe to all of you who said that we have to provide as much weapons as necessary. I'm saying that Vladimir Putin is becoming also the mastermind of miscalculations, right? And I think that Ukraine is a huge miscalculation when it comes to the support of society, that there will be Russian-speaking minority who will support welcoming Russian troops. Second, when it comes to his own army and the strength of Ukrainian army. We cannot afford to provide him any kind of thinking that there is potential, right, for the potential for this grand miscalculation. And we cannot come to the business as usual. There is no room for business as usual, not anymore. Just shortly, and I will conclude with that, I think that there are also homeworks for the Baltic states themselves, and I will speak about Latvia. I think that our colleague from Finland illustrated the idea about curriculum. Actually, that was introduced at the beginning of this year in Latvia as well. So we are providing, I think it's only something similar, military lessons in schools. And we were last standing country in the northern Baltic region without conscription. So we are reintroducing also the conscription and also allocating more finances to defense spending. Just yesterday re-elected, not re-elected, but elected government, newly elected, appointed government decided to go for 2.5% of GDP for defense. So, and definitely important or big part of that will go to Ukraine, then introducing conscription and also air dimension as one of the main priorities. So with that, I will conclude, and I'm open for any kind of question. Thank you.
Martin, thank you very much. Thank you for your remarks. And I think we've had a robust discussion about the Western alliance. We have one more speaker who I hope will discuss a bit about another alliance, that is that between Putin and Lukashenko. Franak Vitorka has been a leading advocate in supporting the leader of the democratic forces, Ms. Tikhanovskaya, in pushing back against that alliance. So Franak, let me give you the floor to share your perspectives on where we go from here, not only in terms of Western alliances, but also those that we are facing in the East. Let me give you the floor.
Thank you, Mark. Thanks to Lithuanian Seimas for hosting the conference, Žygis for inviting and always keeping Belarus on the agenda. Of course, our focus right now is to prevent participation of Belarusian troops in the war, Putin's war, Russian war against Ukraine. After February 24, we changed our strategy, and since then we try to do our best to create the consensus within Belarusian society that Russia's provocation should not be supported. Millions of dollars were donated by Belarusians in Belarus and outside the country for Ukrainian army. We actually contributed to purchasing several Bayraktars in our neighboring countries as well. Of course, we are very limited. We don't have government on our side like in the country. The government of Lukashenko became the collaborator in this war, and the people left alone, they still find the resource, the energy, inspiration and hope to support Ukraine. Also, we invested a lot in development paramilitary activities and also military activities in Ukraine to help Ukraine. Right now, there are up to 400 military volunteers fighting in Ukrainian army in different structures, and up to 1,000 are waiting to be deployed to go there, but we lack the resources. We need the resources to equipment, uniform, they lack support. We try to collect money, of course, but of course we will be expanding the presence in Ukraine to help Ukraine to win. Also, we are preparing and developing the plan Peramoga, the mobilization plan inside the country, aimed to paralyze Lukashenko's regime, but also to withdraw Russian troops from our country. Right now, 10,000 Russian soldiers are deployed in Belarus, and their goal is not Ukraine there. Their goal is Belarus and control over Belarus. They are basically serving as the backup for Lukashenko in every region of Belarus, in Grodno, Vitebsk, Gomel, and Mogilев. There are bases, units with Russian soldiers there, and very often they're kept separately from Belarusian soldiers. They don't trust Belarusians, but there are a lot of media content created around them to scare population from the resistance. Also, we launched the project Belaruski Hayun. It's informational web-based institution, monitoring group, actually based here in Vilnius, but 30,000 of volunteers are in Belarus, and they're sending photos and videos of Russian troops based in our country, of missiles launched. Actually, there are 32,000 already people who joined this project. It's self-funded. Mostly, and people help Ukrainian army to be ready when another attack will start from Belarus, and we also receive a lot of insights from military people who are actually enlisted in Belarusian army. Also, we managed to bring several dozens Belarusian military since war has started, and they're sharing very important insights about the moods in the army. And what we managed in this 11 months already, of 10 months of the war, we managed to build the expanded network in different institutions, including military and security forces, in order to monitor the situation, but also impact the public opinion there. There are informal groups that help both Belarusian resistance and Ukraine, like cyber partisans. Recently, they hacked the Roskomnadzor, Russian Oversight Committee. More than 2 terabytes of information was leaked to journalists, including private correspondence of employees. At the first stages of war, they helped Ukrainian cyber partisans to establish operations because they have experience since 2020. And of course, the famous railway partisans, you all heard about, they managed to disrupt the connection between Belarus and Ukraine in the early stages of the war. This connection was not restored since then. Many of them are tried right now and face cruel sentences like 15, 20 and more years of prison. Some of them got shot during the partisan operations. We are trying to help their families so far as we can, or at least to bring them to safe territory. Repressions didn't stop for a day since then. 10, 15 people are detained every day. Now they check that the KGB secret services, they come to specific city, they make cleansing, arrest dozens or hundreds, check their phones, and few persons always remain in custody. Also, Lukashenko introduced the death penalty to officials, to disloyal officials. This death penalty was not used yet, but this serves as the huge deterrent factor for many officials who can be our partner or contacts within the regime. And another idea, another law they passed a few days ago, it's a deprivation of citizenship. It's also unprecedented. The last time it was used in Europe in massive deprivation of citizenship in Nazi Germany. Basically, they said that everyone who is extremist or who applied for permanent residency in other countries, they will be deprived of Belarusian passport and protection of Belarusian state, which puts the office of Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, the cabinet, into difficult position in order to help them and to give them some basic services and protection, since Lukashenko's embassies will not serve them anymore, and at least to provide them with temporary documents so they can use until they will receive some legal status in the country they are right now. What we see two biggest enemies right now in the West, in the Europe. It's naivety and fatigue. Naivety that Putin and Lukashenko can be appeased, can be negotiations with them, can be deals. They see any attempts to negotiate as weakness, and they will use. And it was very good comparison with judo, that we should not be trapped again. And this naivety still exists among politicians even of our neighboring countries, who still believe that Lukashenko must be helped. We must save him from Putin. No worries about Lukashenko. Don't save him. He doesn't need to be saved. This is the game. This is the performance their plane. He is shouting, help me, and in few days he will be hosting Putin, and you will see the best lovers in the world on the pictures. So don't rush, with helping Lukashenko. Opposite, let him sink along with Putin. It's paradoxical that after war has started, Lukashenko faces less pressure than before a war, despite all the crimes he committed with Putin and providing Putin with infrastructure. Last two packages of EU sanctions did not include Belarus. Still, Lukashenko's propagandists are not on sanction list. A few days ago, Lukashenko's main propaganda channel live streamed from a European Parliament building, from the press corner. They're still accredited there, and they invited some marginal European parliamentarians to spread the bullshit, bad information and not truth. So that's something we should work together and close, these gaps as soon as possible. And same with loopholes. It's good that the EU introduced the special envoy on sanctions, but that's not enough. It should be the special group, special institution, which will be checking all the goods, all the trucks and trains which are coming right now from Russia through Belarus on sanctions. They are changing sometimes labels. They use, according to some information, Kazakh labels and send Belarusian goods as Kazakh. And the economy of Lukashenko has grown as never before. In October and November, it was the highest, the biggest turnover in history of Belarus in terms of trade, despite all the sanctions. For many Russians, Belarus is like Acropolis for Belarusians before. It's like Switzerland for Russians. They are coming to Belarus. Still, they put money, they buy property, they enjoy all the brands and all the stuff. So we must do something about this. But at the same time, to help Belarusians who see Belarus as a European country. I will finish now. We separated after 2020 from Russia. Belarus will never accept, the Russian imperialism anymore. We see only 4 or 5% support for full integration, full union with Russia, which is good, and there will be no more. The problem is that we separated, but we didn't find the new company. We're still somewhere in between. So we need to show Belarusian European perspective. We, from our side, do our best to promote Europeanness, European choice, EU membership among Belarusians, but we also want to see this message from our friends. And Belarusian collaboration within Lublin Triangle, within Baltic Nordic institutions, Council, Baltic Assembly, creation of different other formats that can include Belarusian people, not Lukashenko, will be the very strong message to Belarusians that they are not abandoned, plus assistance to all those who fight on the ground. Don't decrease assistance, because right now this assistance is important as never before, and next year will be decisive for Ukraine, for Belarus, and Ukrainians need weapons, and Belarusians need assistance and strong solidarity as never before. Thank you.
Veronica, thank you very much for your remarks. We have about 20 minutes for discussion. We have an outstanding group of foreign affairs leaders and thought leaders here. So at this stage, I'd like to give the audience the opportunity to engage with the panel. I see that Žygis has his card up, so Žygis, let me give you the floor.
Thank you so much. Well, maybe it's kind of strange, but I would like to ask my Lithuanian friend Andrius Kubilius. We don't see each other so often, and now he's stuck in Frankfurt. I don't know whether I will see you tomorrow in Vilnius, but knowing that you are no, okay. So that's why I'm asking. So knowing that you are at the center of this decision makers in Brussels, and you are pushing so much, you were pushing so much, first of all, candidate status decision, and now we all want this accession negotiations to start. Can you just, kind of focus us, what should be our targets at political level and on some other levels to make it happen? Because you are the one who sees it from so close. And finally, you are the one that wanted this think tank to be created for so long, 10 years or so, if I remember. And finally, we are trying to move by baby steps towards your dream. So thank you, Andrius, for this.
Should I answer now? Immediately. If yes, then, well, Žygis and Jonas, unfortunately, I will not be present tomorrow in the country, in our party meeting. Since really I am stuck, it looks like very deeply, and I am now planning to go because they were sending me to, first of all, to Tallinn. Now they're sending me, it's cancelled. Now they're sending me tomorrow to Riga, but I decided that maybe I will come, to Brussels, first of all. So I will not be present tomorrow. Now, on your question, really, there are some steps which, it would be good that all the friends of Ukraine would know how things are moving. First of all, in the recent council, here was, in conclusions, good decision that revision of so-called enlargement package for Ukraine and Moldova should be done early in spring. That conclusions, which were supposed to be, done in autumn next year, only in October, should be done in March or April. But, Commissioner Varheli put an oral, note to that council decision, saying that the Commission will bring only oral, some kind of oral, explanation about how situation is looking like. It does not encourage me to believe that things can be really moving as we were planning and what Czech presidency did, which we also were working with Czech presidents. So now pressure from Lithuania is very much needed. Really, that the council, despite Varheli, resistance, should do the job. So, of course, we have been with our United Ukraine delegation recently to Sweden. We spoke about that. Of course, we know that in Sweden we have really very strong, not only our friends, but also strong friends for Ukraine. And they said that Ukraine will be their priority. But also, it would be very good for us, maybe, at some time I will reach Vilnius. I don't know when, maybe for Christmas, to sit down and to look into some kind of more concrete plans, because at least what we hear from conversations in the corridors, there are some capitals which are in European Union which are not for time being not convinced on starting negotiations with Ukraine in the middle of next year. And those are not, usual suspects like, Paris or, I don't know, Berlin. Those capitals maybe even are more forthcoming than we were seeing them. But there are, as always, Netherlands. I hear also about, in some way, Denmark or Copenhagen, some kind of very careful approach. So that is where we need to target our, what I call, political guns. And not only, let's say our joint delegations, like United Ukraine delegations, which were traveling to those capitals, and we are planning to travel to those capitals, but also national delegations. For example, Lithuanian delegation, Estonian parliamentarian delegation. Of course, Ukrainians also should make targeted, visits to those capitals. But that is what we need to do, and maybe, really, we need to coordinate better our political activities, and really to achieve what is possible to achieve, and what is very much needed to be achieved.
Thank you very much for those comments. Yes, please, sir. I'll give you the floor. Christianis.
Thank you very much. I have a few comments and probably a question. If I may give several remarks here. Well, what was said, our topic, first of all, is about alliance, which is a very important word in this discussion, and how this alliance will look like in future. And this example, trying to bring us back to and reminding us that Mr. Putin enjoys judo and he appreciates the power and the force. I think that some of the leaders, especially in France and Germany, they do not understand that the language in which Putin is talking and prefers to talk, usually it's not the diplomatic language and the language of developed Western states, if I may say so. So when these countries are forgetting this type of language, then we see this very light and soft movements and trying to fit into the framework which is dictated by Kremlin. But nevertheless, coming back to the win of Ukraine, I'm afraid that when Ukraine wins, NATO and European Union will say, we won. But now when Ms. from Ukraine, Ms. Hopko is telling that please send guns and weapons now, some countries are waiting and pointing fingers to each other and so on. But when the victory will come, these countries will say, we won. Not they won, but we won, because we send it, something to them. And the last thing here is coming back again to the alliances. Vice President Survila mentioned the ninth package of the sanctions, and here I'm thinking that these debates about the sanctions, basically they show how strong alliance do we have, and these fights which are happening in Brussels are not so easy. So my question is, first of all, to Vice Minister, what do you think? Will these alliances will be kept, or do we see some problems here in European Union especially, but also in these Western democratic alliances? And what will be in the future? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any responses to that or other questions from the audience? Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, Ambassador, please. I didn't see your card, please.
So sorry. I have to say that it's really strange feeling to sit here and listen to Hanna when she talks from the home. And we know that 76 missiles was sent today against the Ukraine, and 60 of them were shot down, but 16 of them landed somewhere, some of the targets, some of the areas, making the life even more difficult and challenging for the Ukrainians in there. And we sit in here, the comfort of our meeting room, in trying to respond to you and understanding and having a full sympathy what you have said there. And therefore it's even more difficult to me to say that what European Union has been able to achieve is already a miracle. I understand that you're asking more from that, and asking more for, and we have to deliver more. But I think we should also give the credit that what we've been able to achieve so far, and we've been able to keep the unity. And the main task what we have in this kind of discussion is to keep in the unity and trying to have this one. I have a full confidence, as you also said to the Swedish presidency, that they will keep the Ukrainian case and sake for our own, and they will be pushing forward. But we also have to be realistic, and I'm not wanting to point any other member states, but as you also mentioned, the following presidency after Sweden will be the Spain. And I can imagine that Spain has also a lot of interest and issues also on the agenda concerning the Mediterranean issues and challenges concerning the migration, etc., etc. So what I wanted to give this example is, and what I think is important to all of us, maybe as a comment, is the question of resilience. Resilience of our political leadership to continue the support, and resilience that we need to have a support from the Ukrainian side to keep us and committed to the agenda as it is. But also I wanted to say that we should not underestimate the resilience of the Russian Putin administration and Russian people. people in Russia has been used to the fact that the suffering is part of their DNA in a certain way. So we have to also calculate that the Russian society can be extremely resilient for this. And therefore, we cannot anticipate that things can happen quickly. Or then, as in Russia, the surprises comes behind the corner and we can't even predict that things might be changing in one term. But I think this is also something we have to take into account truly. We were using the reference of the President Putin as a judoka. Remember, what is the strategy of the judo fighting? Is to utilizing the strength of the opponent to your own advantage. And we have to prevent that we are giving some kind of material or ammunition for Putin to utilize them against us. And that's, I think, is something that we have to keep in my mind. Talking just one word about the Russia itself, and we started that before, Hanna, you came on the line, was the one that Putin probably never, ever was able and could understand the soul of the Ukrainian society, that he's been born and raised in St. Petersburg and son of the war invalid and person who was deeply disturbed because of that, and he's living in a completely different kind of world. And I don't think he understands what kind of Ukraine he's facing and what kind of Ukraine he's building there. And I'm speaking on our past. Finland went to the Winter War, 1939, 20 years after we had the Civil War. And it was the war that unified the nation. And it's sad to say, but I think if I quote the Thomas Jefferson famous letter when he said that the tree of liberty is fed with the blood of the martyrs. And now the liberty tree of Ukraine is fed with so many martyrs that the nation has in there. And I think nothing can break the resistance of the Ukraine. No other decision, no decision. The society is now there, and it will be forever built and strengthened with the suffering what the war brings to us. But what we need to do is trying to build the resilience of our societies. And the topic that we discussed here was broader about fighting for the democracy. And I just want to point briefly to that the maintaining the resilience of our society, maintaining Ukraine as a political agenda is extremely important. And this kind of meetings and continued discussion, especially among the parliamentarians, are extremely important, that our societies will be ready for that. But at the same time, winning the war means that we have to win the agenda also broader and globally. It's a maybe different topic and discussion, but we are not winning in Africa, we are not winning in Asia, we are not winning in the Latin America. Russian narrative is pushing through in these areas. And I think that when we fight for the democracy, we need to be able, this fight is now on the front line and it's fighting on the ground, but we are fighting this together also in the different continents where we need to fight. And we should not forget also that when we do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I have Vilja and then Anna. Vilja.
Thank you. Thank you to all our speakers. It was very interesting to listen to you. But first of all, I want to thank dear Hanna Hopko for her strong message. Dear Hanna, thank you. And I'm sure that the Western society should not be treated as a difficult ill patient whom we should not disturb with strong messages. Contrary, our dear colleague Martin Svarguli spoke about mistakes we have done, we as the collective West, according to Putin's description. There are a lot of mistakes, but one of mistake was after 2014. The West, especially OSCE, spoke in such terms as a conflict in and around Ukraine. It was treated like some regional conflict. Now everybody sees the conflict is global, very deep conflict between autocracies and democracies, and between Russia and civilized world. And everybody understands that Russia should be exhausted, but not at the cost of Ukrainian lives. This is why I congratulate your message. Ukraine should win as soon as possible. You should have necessary weaponry and all you need, because each Ukrainian citizen is valuable, not only for Ukraine, for us. So I wish you all the best in your fight for your nation. And I have one small question to my dear Andrius. Andrius, I think that the message about democracy in Russia, about this perspective, is fine. But isn't so that we should explain to our colleagues in the West that we will be sacrificing in some way. We should not come back to the business as usual, even if Putin will be removed, because there are no guarantees that this failure of Putin's environment, his regime, will lead immediately to reconstruction of Russian system. And we will need patience, and patience not to be so much attracted by possibilities of doing business with Russia again. And who are these Russian Democrats? We should ask them, what do you think in Arestovich style? What do you think about not only Crimea, but about Tatarstan? Do they have some rights? What about other nations inside of Russia? Do they have some rights? Civil rights, human rights, you know. I think that we should be very open with our colleagues and tell them that not to be, too fast going back to the, the same manner of behavior. Or maybe my question was very chaotic, but I think you understand because you know me very well. Thank you.
Mr. Kubilius, can I give you a moment to respond to that, and then I will pass the last remark to Anna.
Well, very good question, Vilja, because I was thinking how to conclude our discussion. I think we need really to come to a very clear strategic, understanding of very big issue which we have on the European continent. And first half of 20th century, Europe had a problem of conflict in between of Germany and France. It took two world wars to come down to some kind of understanding that this conflict needs to be resolved, and it was resolved through denazification of Germany, defeat of Germany, denazification, and then Marshall Plan, and then European Union, NATO, and so on and so on. We need to be very open, and we need to understand that on the European continent we have one big problem, and that problem is post-imperial Russia, with all its problems and so on and so on. And we need to look: do we have enough of strength to try to have a strategy how to resolve that issue? And in resolving that issue, Ukraine is playing most important role and crucial role. Defeat of Russia, of Putin's Russia, in the war against Ukraine is a precondition of anything. Second point is that even if Putin will leave, after he will lose the war, definitely that we shall not grant immediately Russia, in such case, the label of democracy. We need to put very clear conditions, and we wrote some big papers together with some of Russian opposition and some Western experts, Roland Frondenstein and Vladimir Milov and Sergei Guriev. One paper on how we imagine future relations in between of European Union and what we call democratic Russia. And we said that first of all, it will not be enough to remove Putin. Even it will not be enough to have more or less democratic elections, because you can elect whatever, even Prigozhin you can elect, through elections in such a society. But we need to put very clear criteria, and that criteria would be very simple. For new, so-called, let's say, democratic Russia, it's of course dismantle of all, imperial ambition towards Ukraine, towards Moldova, towards Transnistria, towards Georgia, and so on and so on. That would be, that would be the most important criteria. Now, on other, aspects, will Russia go into some kind of federalization with, national, entities, Tatarstan and so on, or should, those entities will separate? That is, another discussion which we can have. I am not so much, involved. I know Ghana is much more involved in that, in those discussions. It's quite a, question where we need to see different sides. Is it possible? Is it realistic? That some of those, ethnic groups will gain independence. I remember my, very informal conversations 10 or 15 years ago in Vilnius with Andrei Penkovsky. Andrei Penkovsky, of course, very well. And he put very simple picture that, if Russians would be clever, they would sell Siberia to China now, because still, Siberia has a price. Because in any case, Russia will lose Siberia. Then when, China will come closer to Ural Mountains, Tatarstan and Bashkirstan with oil and gas will be on the border with, on the borders of Russia, and they will be able to separate also. And then what will remain will be, small duchy, old duchy of Moscow, which will ask to reunite with Kiev Rus, because at that time Kiev will be capital of European country, and that is how Russia will come back to his European roots. That was our very informal discussion with good dinner and so on, but I like to remind that, story from time to time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kubilius. We are kind of running short on time, so let's ask Anna to make a final comment, and then I'll ask our speakers to wrap things up. Anna, please.
Minister, Chairman, and Mark, thank you very much on behalf of Ambassador Urszula Doroszewska for inviting Poland today to this discussion. The value of the discussion for us is that it helps to create, to establish, to strengthen our regional identity. The uniqueness of this debate is that not only a regional identity within the Lublin Triangle, but furthermore within the North-South dimension. Therefore, I really thank you for mentioning 3Cs initiatives today. I think that attack from the east to the west imposes on us this paradigm of thinking between this dimension, while the enlargement of NATO for Finland and Sweden is actually pushing us for thinking also North-South. So very much thank you for that. And I think we have no other choice than strengthening this regional identity in that dimension as well, because in order to deter Russia, which is thinking through regional terms, we need to think also about the monolith, about the alliance which Russia is every day trying to strengthen together with Belarus. Therefore, I really today appreciate also the participation of our Belarusian partner to include him as well into this discussion of the North-South alliance. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Anna. Well, I'd just like to give our speakers one last opportunity to share their thoughts before we conclude. So let me start to my right with Jonas, and then we will finish with Hanna Hopko. So Jonas, please.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you, everybody, for your contribution and comments. I'll use the wrap-up opportunity also to respond to Christiana's question, and maybe this could be a kind of wrap-up too. I think, of course, now we have to choose our priorities wisely. So top priority is to help Ukrainian win. It comes with, first of all, guns, and then economic support. But of course, meanwhile, we will need, and we should start to reflect about the architecture of European security architecture, about the systems and organizations that unfortunately showed that they couldn't prevent the war on European continent, Russian aggression, and previous policies. And we should be very, very, sincere. United Nations, OSCE, EU, NATO, none of this organization in current form and in current status didn't prevent Russian aggression and war on European continent. So we shouldn't put this issue under the carpet and pretend that the elephant is not in the room. We'll need to reflect on it, have our own période de la réflexion in all those formats that we are members of, and of course make good and necessary conclusions that Andrius Kubilius already were pointing at. One practical conclusion is, of course, that Euro-Atlantic integration helps to prevent the wars. Of course, we have to do our homeworks, what Martins was talking about, NATO summit implementation. But we should also, meanwhile, of course, it's like constructing the ship while it is in sea and in the storm, but we should discuss not whether and if Ukraine should belong to European and Euro-Atlantic family, but when and how. Very, very specific, conditions, terms, timetable. This could be immediate recipe, immediate formula for bringing more medium and long-term peace on European continent. But this reflection on all the structure and all the organizations should be, put forward, and especially in our think tank community, wider think tank community. One more remark regarding resilience that Mr. Jari mentioned. I think we should also do a very good review and assessment of our own weaknesses. You mentioned very correctly the narratives that the West is losing in Africa, but the same Russia propaganda tools that are broadcasting propaganda in Africa is using Western technology. With Western technology systems actually to broadcast it in Africa. So Russians are using our weaknesses, vulnerabilities, our system that is of course not centralized, it's democratic, rule of law, but they are using our weaknesses actually to still further their agenda. So, and the third option is about the stepping up the efforts. We of course shouldn't underestimate Putin, especially his aggressive and mad mind and the plans that Mr. Zaluzhny is warning about. But just to remind, economically, combined Nordic GDP is higher than Russia's. So we could, as a Western community and Western society, to step up our support, especially economic support and military production support, because the problem that we hear that the production facilities are not expanding accordingly. Now in Lithuania, after this conference, we have a think tank, not yet tank, but I think many countries have their own specific instruments and production that they could, also step up. We are helping with our national production to send anti-drone weaponry to Ukraine. It could also be, stepped up. So there are many, opportunities for other countries also to look back into their, industry, military industry, and to put more effort to expand and speed up the production. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonas. I see Mr. Kubilius has stepped away, so why don't we go then to Mr. Vargulis.
Well, thank you. Fully subscribed that was just said. Nothing to add, actually, but just one final remark regarding the Russia that we are experiencing right now. agree. I mean, we shouldn't underestimate the ability of the population in Russia to sacrifice for the whatever. Yeah, for the Tsar, for the grand idea or whatever. Отечество, right? I don't know what is the English word for the country. I mean, this is definitely an important issue, and therefore we are coming back to the issue of the fatigue, right? We cannot afford to have a fatigue, not here in the Baltic region nor in the Euro-Atlantic community. I reminding myself time to time that this is not only Putin's Russia, it's also Russia's Putin. I mean, if he is out of the office, whatever it means, and how it will happen, we don't know. But Putinism will stay. I mean, approximately, well, we don't have legitimate surveys, but most of the part still supports Vladimir Putin. And I mean, his ideas, his ideology is present in the society. Not excluding that there could be changes in the power vertical and regime itself, but I think that we are in a long-term perspective here. And I'm coming back to the homeworks, to military presence. We were not touching upon, but there is another elephant in the room, and this is US. And here in the Baltic states, we would definitely advocate for US military presence, permanent presence on this side of Suwalki corridor. So thank you. With that, I will conclude.
Thank you, Martins. Mr. Kubilius, do you have any final thoughts?
Yeah, just, one sentence. As I said, I think that we need to have opportunity to think bigger, broader, and more deeply. Because I don't know who except us from the Baltic states, from the Nordic states, from Ukraine, who can bring some kind of those thoughts to our European partners. And that's why we need really to have a coalition, alliance, first of all, of thinkers, also politicians, and real fighters. Because as I said, I see major challenge, that, like Jonas is saying, elephant is in the room, and we are sometimes trying to avoid. And that elephant is Russia. Post-imperial Russia or imperial Russia, whatever we can call. And like Joseph Borrell recently have said, in a very open confession to the parliament, that since Europe was so heavily dependent on Russian gas, Europe has no, till the war started, Europe had no proper policy, proper strategy towards Russia, and since, and also no proper policy towards Ukraine, because that policy was subordinated to policy to Russia. That's very open confession of Borrell, and I cannot disagree with him. So time is really to have strategic picture, strategic views, and that is what we need to elaborate. And I would add to what our Latvian colleague have said, that we were living with very clear strategic sentences, defense, deterrence, and containment of Russia. I think that time is coming to have to add another one, transformation of Russia. That is where we need to have a clear vision and clear strategy. And that transformation will come, first of all, with very clear European and the Western strategy towards Ukraine. Ukraine needs to defeat. That defeat can open the doors for changes, first of all in Belarus, but then also in Russia. And, the Ukrainian success with membership in EU and NATO would be an inspiration for Russian people to ask the same developments, in Russia. So that's where we are. And sorry, my last flight is also canceled. So I am staying in Frankfurt, forever. Okay, so good.
Thank you, Mr. Kubilius, and we hope you can make it back to Vilnius soon. Hanna, I want to give you the last word, but before I do, let me just briefly move to Franak.
Yeah, we need to fight fatigue, but also we must stay consistent because there is temptation to change the policy, to correct, to adjust, and this leads to many mistakes also. So Lithuania, Latvia, Poland, countries present here know very well what is Russia, but countries to the west, they don't understand, so we have to consistently explain about the force, about the possible manipulations, about its blackmail. And also I wanted to call to not overlook Belarus, because don't leave it, for after. Belarus is also on the fight right now, and changes in Belarus, which might happen at any moment, they can help Ukraine as well to win this fight. Let's not wait until the end of the war, but let's keep an eye on Belarus too, because it's the part of the war, it's the part of the process, and can be also part of the solution.
Thank you, Franak. Hanna, please, the floor is yours. We've discussed a lot about Ukraine, and we're so honored to have you as part of our discussion, and we wanted to make sure we give you a final word. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. After today's missile attacks, the heating system stopped in Kyiv. So actually I'm sitting almost 2 hours now, and it's becoming much colder in the flat. But still, I think our discussion is very hot, and it's make me, more optimistic, because with Lithuanians, we Ukrainians are always, more optimistically looking into the future. And our resilience is also based on the history. And let me remind, when we are talking about strengthening alliances, remind about the Battle of Orsha, which happened more than 500 years ago, but this is what we are missing, this more joint victories. Because when we are talking about Ukraine victory, it's the victory of the globe, it's the victory of Europe, it's the victory of NATO, the EU, it's victory of all of us, and victory for Belarus, victory for Moldova, victory for Georgia, victory for Taiwan. But we Ukrainians, of course, we have this gene of survival. This is also for us after Holodomor genocide, and now why we are the fighting spirit is so high, because we understand that without victory, Russia will just destroy the whole nation, because this is the genocide, and concentration camps will be everywhere. What's happening in the occupied territories? This is why every inch of Ukraine will be free from Russian occupiers, like every inch of NATO is protected. But I think morality and humanity do not stop at the NATO or the EU borders. And Ukraine should be a part of NATO community. And I do believe that Lithuanians in Vilnius summit, and I'm so thankful that we have Andrius and Žygis with their proactive strategic planning, how to achieve meaningful results at NATO Vilnius summit, which is really important. So also, I think I agree with the argument that we have to talk to Global South, and also, and we Ukrainians already had several events in Latin America, in Africa, and actually defeating Russia means a lot for Africa, whereas now Wagner Group in Mali, in Central African Republic, and also China is through economic expansion trying to extend its dominance in African continent, and I think it's really important. But the victory and the prize, I thank you for saying this truth, that Russia should not be exhausted by the expense of Ukrainian lives. So this is really for us important. And I'm very thankful to Canada for the bill on confiscation, and with the passion of Andrius in European Parliament, I hope after the recognition of Russia as the state sponsor of terrorism, and also the establishment of tribunal and confiscation will be happening during or faster, because for us it's also important now not to take loans, because the money we are receiving from the European Parliament, from G7 countries, it's important to sustain Ukraine's financially now and our economic resistance. But it means that my kid, my grandkids will be returning all these loans we are receiving now. I don't think it's fair, because there is Russian frozen money, and we have to confiscate and to help Ukraine, not just to rebuild in the future, but also now, which will be fair enough. And regarding Russia, I think it's not just about regime change. It's about the imperialistic nature of Russian statehood. From Peter the Great, who in 1721 renamed Moscow into Rus, still in the name of Rus, Kiev and Rus, then Soviet Union, Stalin, and now Russia. It's the same, because genocide happened in Soviet Union and genocide happened in current Russian Federation. So there is no difference between the goal of these genocides against Ukraine. It's obliteration of Ukrainian nation. So for us, this is why in my office, during my service as the head of the Foreign Affairs Committee, there was a map of six republics of Povolzhia, Idel, Ural. And I do believe that one day I will visit Moscow to open the two memorials for genocide conducted by Stalin and genocide conducted in 24th century. And since I'm in the sanction list of Russia, so after Ukrainian victory, instead of traveling to the West, I'll be traveling to different republics, helping them to become stronger, promoting decentralization reform, and actually helping them like in return, because you know that Ukrainian armed forces now strengthened by people from Chechens, Erzya people, Kalmyks, Taiwan, and recently one Taiwanese defender was killed in the battlefield. And just 2 weeks ago in Munich, I visited the office of the World Congress of Uyghurs. And I also have a dream, one day to visit the Eastern Turkestan, because Ukraine victory matters for human rights and really de-imperialization and stopping authoritarianism from killing people, torturing, and these concentrational camps should not be possible in 21st century. And I think this is the global mission of Ukraine as a spiritual basket, not just a brain or grain basket in contributing to food security guarantees and others. I think it's really important to think wider about our mission to make nations which are captive or indigenous people free from dictators, authoritarianism, and this is the spiritual aim of Ukraine, and this is why we will fight until we defeat. And the faster we will do this with your weapons, with your support, with your resilience, this will help us to liberate all people, kids who are now under the dictators. And I'm really under impression after my 2 weeks of meeting Uyghurs in Munich, and I really hope that victory of Ukraine will help them a lot.
Thank you, Hanna. Thank you very much, Hanna. Just have two final comments, Vice Minister.
I just, after Anna's speech, wanted to say two very important words that I missed to wrap up during previous statement. Slava Ukraini.
Heroям slava. Thank you.
Let me now pass the floor to Emanuel Zingras, Member of Parliament.
Thank you. So I would like to congratulate all of you, especially Žygis and all organizers. And Hanna, we will survive. My mother survived in Nazi concentration camp. You will survive genocidal approach against your country. And I would like to ask Franek Večorka. I'm a rapporteur now on Russia aggression in Council of Europe. And 46 countries just approved, first, Russia regime like a terrorist one, second, international tribunal against the war of aggression. So, from your side, the second court, international court against Lukashenko, should be established. And I would like to ask you about this possibility not to undermine the first court, first international court. So we will have 46 countries in Iceland summit on the 17th of May, first. After it will be a NATO summit in Vilnius, and we are collecting like-minded countries. Like-minded countries. Like-minded countries should be going through United Nations Assembly, probably with our majority, democratic country majority approval. So, what do you think about second option, flange? My amendment was deleted 3 days ago during the discussion Council of Europe to have second court. Second court is not a court of aggression by Lukashenko, but the humanitarian international court, other type of the court. How we will do that, this huge complicated issue when we just not finish with first court. So I'm in favor to have second court, but please evaluate, if possible. I would like to ask Mark the possibility of the second court against Lukashenko. Well, it's a problem for international lawmaking community. And from my point of view, we are here not guys who are trying to declare that we are in favor of Ukraine. We are not, well, we are all in favor. We are all ready to give our life for Ukraine. It's not the time of declaration, it's the time of making absolutely scrupulous our instruments. So, how to do that?
Thank you, Manuelis. Maybe I'll just give Franek a couple of minutes to respond before we conclude with Žygis. So, Franek, please, let me give you a moment. Thank you.
Let's explore all the opportunities to bring Lukashenko and all his cronies to justice. Let's look for all possible courts to put him before a tribunal and to restore justice in Belarus. Let's discuss it separately, because now we have to finish.
Thank you both very much. I just want to thank all of our speakers for a great discussion, and I think a lot of things to think about and reflect on alliances, maintaining them, building them, and creating new ones. So with that, thank you all very much to the panel, and let me pass to Žygis to close us out for the day. Žygis, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Well, just a few remarks. You know, for some reason, during that debate, I remembered 93, 94, when we started to come to the clubs of Nordic-Baltic family. And I remember how cozy it was. You know, after all those strange bureaucratic cold statements from Brussels or from any other countries, we've been openly discussing all our problems and issues, and this friendship and this alliance and the assistance Nordic countries gave to us was crucial to build the way to EU and then to NATO with EPI and with different other groups where Washington was present. So today we are more or less trying to do the same. Honestly, we asked IRI, National Endowment for Democracy, help us not only to build this think tank, but to recreate Nordic-Baltic political network. Because for some time, and Marco could well, remember different stories when we've been traveling, like chairman all around. I had strange impression that I have more friends on the Hill or in Bundestag than in Nordic parliaments, because, you know, generation change, we took our friendship for granted, and we have to reinvent those ties. That's why I was so happy when I saw those also political changes, honestly, in Stockholm. I'm so happy to see you, Jari, already. This is the second time we participate in similar discussions, I think in 2 weeks, last time in Kabenabia, in Konrad Adenauer Stiftung Villa. So wishing you all success also in elections. You know, we have to, I think one of the aims of this think tank would be to reestablish this political family feeling, first of all, in Nordic-Baltic region, because we might sound very passionate and romantic about Ukraine, but honestly, we need your assistance to translate our passion into German ears, into French ears, to make that unity inside EU and NATO happen on the main goal, on Ukrainian membership in EU and NATO. And I have a feeling that this will happen, at least the decision breakthrough will happen next year. It can be very romantic, but I have, for some strange reason, that feeling. It already started with candidate status, but now it needs to be, formalized, like you did it for us in Helsinki '99. It needs to be kind of sealed with accession negotiations. It needs to be sealed with some kind of new decision of NATO that could be at least similar to candidate status decision, because Bucharest is politically so low to compare with what Europeans did now. For this, we will be also going to Washington, and very frequently. Just today, I spoke with my good friend Radoslav Fogel, chairman of Foreign Affairs Committee of Poland. Lublin trio that was mentioned, that's another family we belong. We will be using different families to recreate a real family where Ukraine is part of our family, because this is the only way to regain our stability, our security, and our freedom, and to defend our democracy. And then, naturally, of course, Belarusians and Moldovans and all other nations that are fighting for freedom will find that place. So with this, I want to thank you, first of all, to thank to one person whose voice was not heard, Edvardas Lukošius. Where are you? He did it. That's his first little job. We will strengthen our institute, but he did it with all our support. Thank you, IRI, for supporting us as well. And this is just the beginning. We will travel to all your capitals, because now everybody travels to Tallinn, as we see. Yes, we will travel to Helsinki. We will travel to Stockholm. First of all, let's recreate that Nordic-Baltic link. Let's strengthen all our family links, because it will be a political war. And we need to get that political victory on Ukraine happening next year. Because if not, we know what might happen with us all in the region. So with this, thank you very much. And last logistical remark, those of you who want still to feel that family, kind of feeling, you are invited for the dinner, 6 o'clock. Just a moment. You know, of course, the address, Vincent Restaurant, Savicho 6. The bus will take you from the hotel 5:30, and then let's meet at the restaurant.
Great. Thank you, Žygis.
Can I just one word?
Yes,
thank you for the kind words. Thank you for your support, and I can speak on behalf of Swedish because I'm half Swedish. So thank you for your support for Finland and Sweden. We need you, and we need to learn from you. We're looking for the guidance and advice here for being a good, constructive NATO member. And last word, may I suggest applause for our interpreters who've been working diligently for the whole time we are here.
And also last word for another person who created, masterminded this idea into the law, Andrius Vyšniauskas, who've been working so hard to make it happen. Thank you.